Good morning, Councillor Weeb. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Grace. Can I do a quick audio check with you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And are you running through the presentation later?
No, it's actually BC assessment.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Teresa. Can I do a quick audio check with you?
Good morning, Rosemary. How are you?
Great, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grant McDonald, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning, and I believe you're presenting this morning?
My colleague Joanna will be joining and she will be presenting.
Okay, great. I'll do an audio check when she's on.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, I am on. Hi.
Hi, Joanna. Thank you. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, hello.
Mayor Stewart, sorry about that. We've got it fixed now, so over to you.
Great, thanks so much. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, January 19th, 2021. Welcome back from the break. I hope you had a good one and a restful one, because there's a lot of stuff happening this week. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the order of the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of BC, Minister Order M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair, I am also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate you getting back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. And you should have all should have that contact information. Council members, video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Councillors are also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is enabled. We also, of course, want to acknowledge we're in the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people and thank them for their generosity to all who live, work, and play on these lands. And thanks to staff for your amazing work. And here we are in 2021, ready to get going again. So thanks very much. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Dejanova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thanks so much. Council, we have the plan for the day. Following the updated guidance on December 4th, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under provincial health order. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk is the handle. The live stream of this meeting will now have both audio and video. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when they're available. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form is tweeted out at Van City Clerk. Okay, so today we have 3 administrative motions. In-camera motion, adoption of minutes, matters adopted on consent, 2 presentations, 4 reports, 6 referral reports, if not adopted on consent, 23 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, 3 members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So the plan for the day is to go till noon and break for lunch from 1 until 1 o'clock, then go in camera. We're in camera from 1 to 3, and then we come back from 3 to 5 to deal with the remainder of the agenda. We finish at 5, take a break from 5 till 6 for dinner, then come back for public hearing. So I'll just remind you, Council, there is quite a lot on this agenda today. So just keep this in mind if we want to get, I know the members' motions are introducing new ones are a popular item. So if we want to get there, just keep that in mind because we only have till 5 o'clock today. Otherwise, we move to it another day. In camera, so we're required to meet in camera later this week, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed on the agenda. Would someone like to move to go in camera later this week?
Moved. Hardwick.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Seconder?
Weeb,
Wow.
second.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Okay, thanks very much. That's approved unanimously. We have a lot of minutes. We have 10 sets of minutes to approve, so if you can get your fingers at the ready for moving and seconding, that would be great. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the special council considering options for emergency COVID-19 relief for unsheltered Vancouver residents, meeting of October 8th. Any corrections? Someone like to
Carr
move? Thank you. Seconder?
Councillor Bly?
Thank you, Councillor Bly. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that carries. Thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the special council meeting 2021 budget meeting of December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Any corrections? Move.
Kirby Young.
Carr move.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, first seconder.
Second Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks. Those are passed. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting, December 4th. Any corrections? Mover.
Moved Hardwick.
Seconder.
Swanson.
Swanson, thank you. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Those are passed. Thanks. Minutes 4 are the minutes of the public hearing of December 8th. Corrections. Mover.
Swanson.
Seconder.
Right.
Thank you. Favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's done. Thank you. Unanimously. Minutes 5 are minutes of the council meeting following the policy and strategic priority meeting of December 9th. Any corrections? Adoption.
Carr move.
Thank you. Seconder.
Councillor Bly?
Thank you, Councillor Blythe. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks. That's passed unanimously. Minutes 6 are minutes of the council meeting December 8th, 10th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Kirby Young.
Councillor Kirby Young, seconder.
Boyle.
I heard Councillor Carr. Thanks. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's passed unanimously. Thanks. Minutes 7, minutes of the public hearing of December 2nd and 10th, 2020. Any corrections? Someone like to move?
Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Seconder.
Second Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks. Has passed unanimously. Minutes 8 are minutes of the Auditor General Committee meeting of December 11th. Corrections? Mover, please.
Moved
Weep.
Hardwick.
Thank
Second
you.
Weep.
Second, thank you, Councillor Weep. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, that's passed unanimously. 2 more left. Minutes 9 are the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting of December 5th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Moved Hardwick.
Thank you. Seconder.
Fry, second.
Okay, I think I heard Councillor Carr there. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks, that's carried unanimously. Last one, minutes 10 are the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting, January 8th. Any corrections? Somebody like to move it?
Moved Hardwick.
Thank you, seconder.
Councillor Bly?
Thank you, Councillor Bly. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you very, very much for that. And now we're moved to matters adopted on consent. I think, councillors, if you just want to put yourself on the list, I will go through if you want to hold thing. Council, and I'll just go through the list in order. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 2 and 4 and referral reports 1 and 3 to 7 on the consent agenda for consideration. We're holding reports 1 and 3 to hear from speakers. And so, Councillor Carr, did you wish to hold something?
I think that's me rather than Councillor Carr. I've
Oh,
tried.
we got a problem with the, okay, thanks. Clerks, can you just make sure that, that's right. Yes, I see Councillor Carr and Councillor Hardwick reversed on my voting screen. Councillor Hart, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to hold 2 referral reports at this time.
Okay.
Number 6 and number 7, please.
Okay, I'm just gonna mark those here. 1 second, please. Number 6. Okay, thanks very much.
Swanson, point of privilege.
Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Sorry, my voter panel isn't up. I'm getting help with it right now, but I'd like to hold presentation 2. We don't have to hold that, right?
No, we don't.
The
No,
ballot.
that's
Okay.
yeah, that's
fine.
coming. Okay,
Sorry.
thanks. That's no problem. Anybody else want to put themselves on the list to hold anything? Okay, I don't see anybody else on the list to hold. Does anybody want to declare conflict of interest in any of these items that we'll be adopting on consent? Verbally is fine. I don't hear anybody. So would someone like to move the adoption of the recommendations before council contained in reports?
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. We have a seconder.
Reed.
Thank you. I'm just going to read out the numbers just so you're clear on which ones we have. That would be reports 2 and 4, referral report 1, 3, 4, 5, and the rest are either have been held or have speakers. So can I have yays and yays? And all in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Great, that's passed. Thanks very much. So, council, I'll just go through the list for the public record here. So we have report 2, which is the 2021 cultural grants, and report 4, which is the miscellaneous amendments. That's guidelines, policies, and parking bylaw. We have referral report 1, which is the miscellaneous amendment, zoning and development bylaw and sign bylaw. We have report 3, CD1 rezoning on 728 and 796 Main Street. We have the rezoning on West 28th Avenue, the rezoning on 1015 East Hastings Street. I think that's it, clerks. That's right.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay. So we'll be discussing those later. Okay, council, so we have 2 presentations today. Our first presentation is on the 2021 assessment role, and we have Grant McDonald, Deputy Assessor, BC Assessment, here to provide presentations. And there's no decision required on this, council, but of course you're able to ask questions after the presentation. So we'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. My name is Grant McDonald, Deputy Assessor. I'm working in the Vancouver office. Thanks for the invitation to speak today. It's a pleasure to continue this long-standing tradition of reporting out to you on the latest just released assessment roll. I appreciate it's a little bit different this year, being unable to attend in person, but we're happy to have the opportunity to address you virtually. So with me this morning is my colleague Joanna Delin, who is going to do the formal presentation and walk you through the slides and some of the 2021 roll highlights. I believe there will be a short period at the end if you have any questions, and we'll do our best to answer those for you. So now I will hand over to Joanna. Thank you.
And there will be some time for questions at the end. I'm going to start by giving you an overview of BCC assessment, how valuation and classification is determined, and how they relate to assessments and taxes. I will then get into specific 2021 roll stuff, also specifically for Vancouver, as well as touch upon the appeal process and some resources that BC Assessment has available. Okay, so who is BC Assessment? Well, we were established in 1974. Prior to that, each BC municipality had created their own assessment organizations using individual and often varied criteria. So as you can imagine, due to no standard assessment method, assessments were constantly challenged and were difficult to defend. So by 1973, there were approximately 140 assessment organizations in the province. So that year, the BC government struck an all-party committee, which in 1974 unanimously recommended that legislation be passed to create an assessment authority that's completely independent of both provincial and municipal tax functions. So BC Assessment, a provincial crown corporation, was then established. So we have a board of directors that's appointed by the provincial government. We have a president and CEO. And we have currently approximately 640 employees in 15 offices across BC in 6 regions, or maybe close to 600 home offices these days. Okay, so our product, BC Assessment's business is to provide a stable and predictable base for property taxation in BC. So we're mandated by the Assessment Act to maintain property assessments with a valuation date of July 1st of each year. and we determine values, tax liability, and classification for each property in BC. And today we value over 2 million properties worth over $2 trillion. And our assessments allow municipalities to raise over $8 billion in property taxes annually for important services. So how do we determine what the assessments are? Well, for the majority of properties in the province, we use a market value system. Market value is defined as the most probable price which a property should bring in a competitive market set under all conditions requisite to a fair sale. The buyer and seller each acting prudently, knowledgeably, and assuming the price is not affected by undue stimulus. So why do we use market value as opposed to any other method, such as an acquisition-based value system? That's when property assessments are determined on the last transacted price of the property. Well, market value is fair. It's internationally recognized as the fairest way of valuing property in order for municipalities to distribute the property tax burden, since properties with similar values will pay similar taxes. So what does that mean to you? It means values will fluctuate annually based on what's happening in the market. I should also
Excuse
mention...
me, Joanna. Sorry, it's Grant here. I wonder, are you able to share your screen? Because I think perhaps it's difficult to advance otherwise without knowing which one you're on. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Sorry about that. Here we are, screen 2. All right, okay.
Just so you know, it has been on the public screen all the way through, so we've been able to see. There's just there's the 2 sharings you have to do, but it has been on the public screen. So thanks.
Oh gosh, I would have gone through the entire presentation without a single slide. Okay, well here we are, and I've just described market value. So I should also mention that there are a few properties that are assessed on legislated rates. And these are properties for which it would be very difficult to determine a market value because there isn't a big market for them and they rarely sell. So that includes things like railways, electric generation plants, telecommunication transmitters, and pipelines. Okay, next slide, now that we are all able to see the slides. So what are the factors that affect market value? It's really anything that we would consider, that any of us would consider if we were to purchase property. Location is obviously a huge one, not only which city is the property in, but how close is it to amenities, transit, employment, recreation, land use controls, what can you even do with the property? Then things like land characteristics, the size of the lot, the shape, and also building characteristics, size, quality, condition of the home. And for investment commercial properties, income potential is definitely a factor. How much can they rent the space out for? What are the expenses? What are the prevailing capitalization rates in the market? All of that is considered in market value. But the foundation of market value is the highest and best use of the property. And 4 criteria need to be met in highest and best use. It has to be physically possible. Can you even build what you want to on the property? It has to be legally permitted. Land use controls such as zoning and community plans affect that. It, of course, has to be financially feasible. The use needs to generate a return above and beyond the cost to actually develop that use. And these 3 criteria might result in multiple uses for a property. So the most important criteria, of course, is that the use be maximally productive and result in the highest value. So how does land use affect market value? Well, municipalities affect highest and best use through land use controls and development approvals, since market value, as we saw, is impacted by the legal and approved uses of a property. So when land use controls change, for example, to permit a higher density, the highest and best use of a site can change, which may lead to significant change in market value if there is market evidence, i.e. sales, that dictate the change is warranted. So these will be the kinds of things that we've seen in Vancouver over the last few years, whether it's in Marpole or the West End Community Plan or the Cambie Corridor. Single-family homes and small retail properties are no longer the highest and best use for properties in areas like that. So they end up selling for redevelopment because the return on the sale is higher than the current use. So how do we classify properties? That's the other function that makes up the assessment role. And why do we class them? Well, property classes allow a variable tax rate system, different tax rates by different property type. The slide lists all of the classes, and I'll get into how this is broken down on the Vancouver role on a future slide. But I'll mention that the vast majority of Vancouver's assessment role is made up of Class 1 residential and Class 6 business and other. So since we put out assessments every year, we go through an annual cycle. And currently we're in the inquiry period. So property owners have received their assessments, they're hopefully reviewing them and contacting us if they have any questions. The appeal deadline to the first level of assessment review, the Property Assessment Review Panel, or PARP, is February 1st this year. And PARP hearings are held from February 1st to March 15th. And a completed assessment roll is issued at the end of March. Through April to September at BC Assessment, we complete various assessment improvement projects and we do new construction inspections. The July 1st valuation date falls in the middle of all of this. In October is when we really ramp up roll production. Hopefully by then many sales have come through and we're able to review them and determine what the market has done for that year and create a new assessment roll. And throughout the entire year, we are also working on ongoing appeals to the second level of review, which is the Property Assessment Appeal Board. So the relationship between assessment and taxation. So as mentioned, BCA functions completely independent of taxing authorities and does not set property tax rates. And an individual's property assessment determines their share of property taxes for the property class they fall within. And our function is to ensure that municipalities have the information they need to decide how to distribute the taxes amongst all taxpayers. So what if your assessment increased substantially? This time of year, our inquiry period, our appraisers on the phone hear things like this all the time. My assessment has gone up 20%. I can't afford my taxes to go up 20%. So a common misconception is that a significant change in assessed value will result in a proportionally significant change in property taxes payable. But the most important factor is not how much an assessed value has changed, but how that assessed value has changed relative to the average change within the municipality or taxing jurisdiction. So even if your property value has increased, if the increase is less than typical for the jurisdiction, the taxes likely will not increase as long as the taxing authority does not increase their budget significantly. If they do, these relationships may not hold true. And if you own property, you may have noticed that this appears on every property assessment notice. Okay, so now that we reviewed valuation, classification, and property tax, let's get into the specific 2021 roll and a summary of Vancouver figures. So the total properties assessed in the province has increased 141% from when BC assessment was formed till now, and from the prior year, it's increased about 1.1%. And the total assessed value in the province has increased 4,662% from when BC assessment was formed to now. And the total value of the provincial assessment roll is 2.01 trillion. And across the province, non-market change, which we'll get into a little more depth further in this presentation. It basically means additional value due to new construction. So the additional value from NMC is down from the previous year across the province. And here are the figures for Vancouver. So you'll actually see that non-market change, the box on the right, is up from the previous year. This year there was an additional $3.4 billion from new construction and subdivisions. And you'll see that the overall assessment roll increased close to 1% from the previous year. Oh, sorry, nope, 2.2%. Nope, mistake. but the number of properties increased 1%. So this is the total roll value in Vancouver starting in 2010. It peaked for the 2019 assessment roll, which would have been based as of July 2018, which was kind of the peak of the market. And then it dropped the following year, and now it is increasing again. And so this slide shows the distribution of roll value by property class. So if we look at the roll by property class, over 72% of it is made up of Class 1, which includes single-family homes, strata buildings, and other things like apartments. Then about 23% of the Vancouver assessment roll is made up of business and other, Class 6, and that includes things like retail stores, restaurants, and things that don't fall into any other class. And then about 4% is made up of Class 8, that's recreational nonprofit uses. And then there's about 1% of the remaining roll value in utilities, light industry, and some other uses. Okay, so total roll value versus taxable roll value. So some property types have statutory and permissive exemptions from taxation. Examples are schools, churches, hospitals, and government-owned properties. And the values of these exemptions are netted out of the gross total to give us the taxable value. So for Vancouver, the taxable value of the assessment roll is about 89%, which works out to $398 billion. So we'll get into percent change by each major property type category now. For single-family homes, the typical change between July 2019 and July 2020 was about 5 to 10%. For residential strata, it was pretty stable, maybe increasing up to 5% in most cases. And for commercial industrial properties, we saw typical changes anywhere from a decrease of 5% to an increase of 5%. So this graph illustrates the change in median selling price of a single family home in Vancouver since the first quarter of 2019. So you'll see that it bottomed out a bit in the third quarter of 2019, reached its peak in 2020 quarter one, just before COVID restrictions came into play, and then it picked back up again in the third quarter. If you compare July 1st, 2019 to July 1st, 2020, the median sale price increased from 1.675 million to 1.813 million, an approximate 8% increase. Now, if we look at the strata residential market change, you'll notice the line takes a bit of a different trajectory. I'll just flip back to the single family one, just so you can see the differences there. Okay, back to strata. So strata was actually increasing all the way through to the end of 2019, but actually began its decline in the first quarter of 2020, even before COVID restrictions. If we compare the median selling price, though, from July 2019 to July 2020, it just slightly increased from 720,000 to 729,000. And now this chart shows things a slightly different way. This is the distribution of value change, and it shows essentially the number of properties that changed in value between certain parameters. So you'll see that the majority of single-family homes in Vancouver increased in value from 5 to 10%. That's the tall line there. But 95% of the single-family dwellings increased between 0 and 20%. Just 10% fell outside that range. And this is the distribution of value change for strata residential. And you'll see that the majority of properties, about 52% of them, about 52% of them changed between 0 and 5%, and 90% of them changed between 5% and increased between 10%. So this one is for the non-residential properties. So 67% of all non-residential properties change between negative 10% and positive 10% in value. You'll see that this chart, though, doesn't follow the same bell curve that the single-family homes and strata followed. And this is due to the impacts of the pandemic and how certain property types were more heavily impacted. You'll see that there is, if you look between the, I guess, negative 25 to minus 15% change, that line sticks out. And that shows the impact of the pandemic on things like full service hotels with conference centers that typically cater to international guests, showing that those have been hardest impacted by the pandemic. So about 15% of the properties in Vancouver actually decreased between 15 and 25%. So we typically do look at long-term stabilized income streams in assessment of those properties. But this year was, of course, important to recognize that some of the property values were higher hit than others. And our team of appraisers worked in collaboration with industry groups, property owners of these property types, and other assessment jurisdictions across Canada to ensure that accurate discounted cash flows could be analyzed in setting the assessed values to determine the impact the pandemic had. So this is an illustration showing the top percent changes in property values for all properties in these neighborhoods. So these are the neighborhoods that increased the most on a percentage basis. We've got the Knight neighborhood, Main and Fraser, South Van, and Killarney. And they all increased approximately 10% from the prior year. And this is based on total row value, so all classes of properties. And this is a similar chart, but instead it shows it by dollar value change. And you'll see that Kitsilano actually increased the most on a dollar value basis. It increased by $1.2 billion, followed by Main and Fraser and Collingwood. And you'll notice that the title says top assessment change, not top assessment increase. We, of course, have to reflect the change in downtown Vancouver. Its assessment roll value decreased by about 1.5 billion, and that is due in part to the fact that the hardest hit properties by the pandemic are concentrated downtown, things like shopping centers and full service hotels. So you saw on the previous slides the general trends on property types at the neighborhood level. However, within those neighborhoods, there's always outliers, properties that increase or decrease more than the typical. And this slide breaks it down further and talks about the specific hotspots within each neighborhood or specific property type. Like I mentioned, hotels, major retail, and theaters decreased significantly, more than 15% in some cases. And if we look at specific land areas in some pockets of the West Side and downtown Vancouver, for a variety of reasons, some decreased in the 15 to 25% range. Conversely, a few specific sites near Cambie and 41st actually had their assessments increased by over 200%. This, of course, is all based on market evidence in those areas. Regarding Cambie's larger than typical increase, well, there was a sale that took place last year for over $2,500 per square foot, whereas a couple of years before that, a very similar property sold for $1,600 per square foot. So of course we have to reflect the increase in market on our assessment roll. Industrial sites in Vancouver decreased slightly in most cases, with the largest decrease in land value being in the Marine Drive area. And the insatiable industrial market that you've heard the media discuss, it refers primarily to larger industrial warehouses and distribution centers in the suburbs outside of Vancouver. So here is an overview of the total change. Now I see it broken out into two components, market change and non-market change. So non-market change is any change in value not related to typical market movement. Things like subdivisions and consolidations, new construction, and zoning changes. Construction and subdivision of large strata building makes up a big total of NMC. So for example, if you look at the first line, here, let's see if I can, the residential single family, its total percentage change was 7.2%. A large part of that was actually due to the market change of 6.6% and quite a small part due to actual non-market change. Down here, we'll see the top 5 neighborhoods for NMC changes. You'll see that the Canby neighborhood, its total percentage change was 5%, but that was made up 3.8% of a non-market change. And if you've driven down Canby recently, you won't be surprised by these figures, seeing all the new developments that have sprung up around there. And then these are the top 5 neighborhoods for regular market movement, changes due to typical market. And you'll notice that these neighborhoods are the ones that were on the slide that showed the top percentage changes in roll value. Okay, so now we will, after we go through setting the roll, you know, as we go through the process of completing the roll, we always make a concerted effort to engage property owners whose assessments might be impacted by larger scale roll enhancement projects or classification and exemption changes. And part of the reason we do that is to reduce the amount of risk that's on the roll and to reduce the amount of appeals. So currently we're in the inquiry period, so owners are reviewing their assessments and contacting us if they have any questions. But if they still agree with their assessment, they can file an appeal to the Property Assessment Review Panel, which is the first level of appeal. If they still disagree, they can file to the Property Assessment Appeal Board, which is the second level of appeals. And we have Property Assessment Appeal Board cases going on throughout the year. If an owner still disagrees with the Property Assessment Appeal Board decision, they can appeal to the Supreme Court, but only on a manner of law or the interpretation of the law, not on just actual value. So this page lists the appeal statistics for Vancouver. They usually hover around 2% of properties. And you'll see that of that 2%, typically 25 to 30% ends up getting appealed to the appeal board. If you look at the completed roll, though, compared to the revised roll, you'll see that it only actually changes by 0.002%, which shows that we have a pretty stable assessment roll here in Vancouver. So for the last little bit, we'll switch gears and talk less about numbers and statistics and more about other things. So this slide illustrates the relationship that BC Assessment has with our key client groups. And in most cases, they're two-way relationships. So an example is our relationship with taxing authorities, of course, such as the City of Vancouver. And you provide us with information on permits, zoning, bylaws, building plans, and we provide you with an assessment roll and non-market change figures. And I'm happy to say that we have strong working relationships with staff across multiple departments in the city. That allows for good information flow and, of course, allows us to get ahead of any emergent issues. So here are a few resources that you can find on our website. You're probably already familiar with the assessment search tool, which allows you to compare assessments. There's also information on value changes and trends. And we're always looking to enhance and improve the information on our website. And there's been quite a bit of information about the valuation of single-family homes and stratas on there. And we felt this year that we could actually enhance the customer experience and add more information on the assessment of commercial and investment properties. So new for this year is a page devoted to how those assessments are done, with a video in our signature BCA style, breaking it down into simple to understand steps and describing how we arrive at the value. There are also interactive property trend maps, such as this one here. And this is essentially a summary of the percentage changes that we covered in previous slides. So that concludes the formal part of the presentation. If you have any questions, Grant and I will be happy to try to answer them. I will stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm just going to pull up the question queue. I have Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, good morning. Thanks very much. Thank you for the presentation. It's always interesting. I know that this doesn't fall directly into your jurisdiction and it's a provincial decision, but I know you're kept apprised. And my question relates to the status of discussion around implementation for split tax assessment that this council has been strong advocates for to try to alleviate the tax burden for highest and best use for properties that are currently not developed to that potential. Is there any update that you can provide from BC Assessment's perspective on that?
Well, what I can tell you is that in March 2020, the province of BC enacted the legislation to create at least like an interim business property tax relief program for that year, which allowed municipalities to exempt certain commercial properties from a portion of the municipal taxes. From that point, though, I do not have any updates. Grant, are you aware of any more going on this?
No, well, the legislation, of course, was introduced last year ahead of all the COVID restrictions that came down. So there were no municipalities at all actually availed themselves of it and used it last year. I haven't heard formally that any are going to this year, but of course, we might not know about that until some point over the next couple of months. My understanding is that the province is going to have some further discussions around the topic, but I don't have anything and I don't have any updates on that at this point. Sorry, Councillor.
Okay, and to your point, because you answered my second question, thank you, before I asked it, and that was if you knew of any other municipalities that had failed, and that's confirmed what I've heard, that municipalities didn't. I wonder if you can comment anecdotally, had you heard any feedback from those municipalities that they did not implement it because it would be so cumbersome in its administration in terms of the sort of the burden and logistics that would place on the municipalities and the challenge with fairness and equity in utilizing that tool as it was crafted?
I know that some of the taxing jurisdictions were concerned with the sort of amount of information on the sort of the amount of work that they would have to do in order to implement that. So that was some uncertainty around that. I think more of what really happened was we were all overtaken by events, and even if some jurisdictions had contemplated potentially using it, they didn't as things progressed with COVID. So I did hear back from a couple that they were very clear that they didn't want to use it. Their council had said we're not particularly interested in its current format, but maybe that will change this year. We'll just need to wait and see.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then just one other question on a different tact, and that relates to sort of the higher increase being seen this year in the single family homes. And I wonder if you feel able to provide any commentary or color on that, if you think it's attributable to the demand in single family homes with the increased work from home, and if that's a trend that we would anticipate seeing continue as people are looking for more space.
Yeah, I think potentially it is. I mean, as you've probably heard us from BC Assessment say before, we tend to prefer to look backwards a little bit and do the analysis of the market evidence rather than sort of predict and gaze into the crystal ball. But I think that's probably a trend that potentially will continue. I think there were a couple of things. There was the continuation of very low interest rates. There was a bit of a pent-up demand as people had sort of sat on the sidelines for a while. A lot of the activity tended to happen sort of from summer into the fall. And there are people obviously looking for a bit more space. If you're sharing a smaller condo with a couple of roommates, maybe you need a little bit more space if you are going to be working from home. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a trend.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation today.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Thank you very much. I wondered if it would be possible to put up the slide again that showed the year-over-year increase. I wasn't able to make note what slide that was, but it would be useful to have that up so that I can direct my questions accordingly.
I think there were a few slides with year-over-year.
It's the year-over-year that showed the increase year-over-year.
Of the total assessment roll, this one?
Let's just see. I'm looking on the city site, but maybe I should look on. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, great.
So my first question is, what happened in 2016 going into 2017? Again, I've been sitting here looking at property assessments over the years and noting that, prior to this 2016 period, there was largely incremental increase in property value historically. And then we started to see significant increases in the orders of magnitude. I'm looking at 40% here, for example, in 2017. What happened to prompt such a significant increase in such a short period of time?
Well, it's probably a combination of quite a few factors. Obviously, one big component of it is the demand for Vancouver real estate, and the market itself was going up. But this total roll value also accounts for new construction. So there could have been a lot of projects that had been started and completed right around that year. And it really just, yeah, you're absolutely right, shows that the trend in Vancouver has been just higher valued properties, more construction.
Okay, so it wasn't that the methodology changed in any way, so it would have referred to some significant change. Have you looked at this against the CMHC numbers? So, for example, in 2016, my examination of the CMHC numbers showed roughly 9,800 new building starts in 2016, which was an unprecedented number. So is it possible then, you mentioned new construction, that those building starts would have been had a large effect on the upward movement of the assessment?
Yeah, that's actually that's a great observation. It certainly would. So keep in mind this is the total roll value. So not only is all those building starts a function of the demand for Vancouver real estate, but when that gets put on the roll, that's additional value, and that makes up a large chunk of that. So keep in mind that the assessment roll is made up of the market change, but also the non-market change, which is that new construction.
But that would also include foreign pre-sales. We've recently had a report at the end of November that showed that a large number, I think over 11,000 units, were now made available for rental and active use as a result of empty homes tax and the provincial speculation tax. So my question here is, did the offshore sales and accelerated production of units have an impact on the inflation of our assessment roll in aggregate?
Let's see how.
The only thing I would say, Councillor Swanson, it reflects a generally positive market sentiment. Part of that is made up of purchasers who are coming from overseas, but it would very much reflect exactly the same thing in other jurisdictions, whether you look at Coquitlam, whether you look at the North Shore, whether you look at Burnaby. Sure. And the interesting thing to me is if you look at 2020 roll, the 2021 roll, most of the market observers would agree that there's very little, if any, sort of foreign purchase going on, but you'll see the total value is up over last year as well. So that's predicated on much more or predominantly local purchasing.
Is it not true, though, that the overall inflationary impact of this has made Vancouver real estate prohibitively expensive and unavailable in exacerbating the difference between the global wealth and the local economy?
Just 10 seconds left.
Well, I would say that's a subjective observation, and what we do, of course, is not necessarily get into all the whys, but we are trying to reflect what the market is doing and how it's reacting. So that's what you see in those total assessed values.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So you obliquely sort of touch on sales and volume of sales in this report. I'm curious. So just reading recently in Toronto, they're expecting about a 1.5 to 1.7 billion dollar shortfall in their budget thanks to COVID-19. But they also saw record sales in that city and almost 100,000 transactions. And of course, Toronto has their own municipal land transfer tax, similar to our provincial PTT. I'm wondering if you folks have contemplated the sort of volume of sales and if there's opportunities for us. Obviously, we would need the permission of the province for, but if there was some merit in Vancouver pursuing its own version of a municipal land tax or property transfer tax specific for the city of Vancouver.
Um, that would be obviously be something that the city of Vancouver would have to explore. I mean, I think from there was an existing scheme, as you say, we did see a decline, obviously, in the number of sales. And to be frank, it was a very challenging year. We were really concerned when we started to contemplate what our role would look like, because as we were moving through April and May, there was virtually a standstill in the market. There were very, very few transactions taking place. Once the sort of logjam did break up a little bit, and some of the market sentiment came back as fairly positive, certain property types did tend to transact. As Joanna mentioned earlier on, we did start to see some industrial sales, for example, and that kind of makes sense. Multifamily apartment buildings sold as well, because that's a stable income. There's a reasonable income stream that's going to be maintained. Most of the rents were paid on time. There were various government programs that people were able to sort of take advantage of. So there was sales evidence. There was huge delta between purchaser and vendor expectations in many sectors, which made it challenging. But in terms of whether or not a land tax specifically would be something for Vancouver, that sounds like an expensive consultation process, but one that probably worth pursuing.
A land transfer tax specifically. So I guess just in follow-up to that, relative to the rest of the province, is the city of Vancouver an outlier, say, in the volume of land transactions that go on relative to other locals?
No, I think generally the trend was there were fewer sales, as you would imagine. COVID sort of had a universal impact. What we did tend to see as the summer went on, some of the markets were very strong. It wasn't sort of one size fits all across the province, and even for sectors like the accommodation industry. So we made some adjustments downwards for hotel properties, by and large, as a general statement. And if you look in Vancouver, there was severe impacts. Properties were maybe at 10, 20% occupancy. But if you looked at Vancouver Island, or if you looked in the Okanagan, those properties did very well. They actually had a terrific summer because everybody was confined to traveling within BC. So that was reflected in theirs. And we saw residentially Sunshine Coast market did very well as well. And perhaps that was people deciding they wanted to get out of the urban and into more of a rural setting. So it did shift, but there were fewer sales across the province.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We're on to Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just, my question was actually asked and I had tried to take myself off the list.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Carr, up to 5. Councillor Carr, you might be on mute. Nope, still can't hear you.
Who's having trouble?
Okay, is that there?
There you go. Yep, you're there. Please go ahead.
All
Up to
right,
5.
thank you. I just wanted to start by commending you both for the presentation. It was a very, very clear presentation. I love the background history. That's not often given as sort of part of what we've heard in previous years, but I really appreciated it. So thank you for that. So I'm interested in, often as I've gone through a number of these presentations, heard that it is city decisions that often impact greatly the increased land value, property values. For example, where we have recent plans that have been approved with zoning changes, increased density, that kind of thing. So are you, I mean, notwithstanding the overall impact of COVID, we have increases in Canby, for example, around Oak Ridge, where the city has very clearly ID'd greater potential density. In fact, at the residents' requests in the Oak Ridge area, they wanted more density than staff had even proposed originally. So, is that still the case? Is that still where you're seeing some of the higher rises?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the Canby area was there were a few properties, about 12, that ended up having their assessments increased significantly. Whereas throughout the rest of the city, some development land was actually kind of decreasing. It just seemed that the Canby and 41st area was just the hot area.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted that verification just to make sure that council is really aware that our moves around rezonings, around overall development plans are very impactful. It seems to me like the most significant impact that I've seen in terms of increases. All right, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was really shocked to see that the land around the Canby and Oak Ridge had increased in value by, I think it said 200 to 300%. And if you walk around that area, it's a wall-to-wall development permit signs, some of them for towers, like 25-story towers. And we're hearing that one of the big causes of our unaffordable housing is land prices. So I'm assuming that the Canby land went up in price because of our zoning there. Are there things that cities can do to bring down the price of land?
Well, it's kind of, it's almost like a catch-22. So if you rezone land to allow for more development on it, you're able to get more units on the land. That land is worth more. But you're also creating a lot more properties for people to live in. So it's essentially like you're kind of concentrating more properties onto a smaller footprint of land, but you're building upwards. So yes, the land will be worth a lot more, but you now have all of this, all the people filled in the sort of air above the land. So that actually helps increase affordability by increasing the number of units developed.
The only thing I would add to what Joanna says is, I mean, if density increase is a desirable outcome, potentially, one of the things you're going to do to get there is rezone. But don't forget, it depends on the built form as well. I mean, there's a significant amount of rental units being built in the city now, if you compare it to 10 years ago. And that's partly due to the fact that the city has allowed or encouraged rental development as well. So although the land values may go up, the developers are switching or pivoting, to use the cliche, to rental instead of condo development in a lot of cases.
So, but my main question was, are there things other than zoning that cities can do that would reduce the price of land?
I mean, in order to make it less attractive, you're talking about probably the obvious things are downzoning or restricting the type of built form. I think those would be the two main tools.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the report.
You're welcome.
Mayor Stewart, are you still on the line?
I had a great closing speech there, and I was totally muted. So I just wanted to thank you so much for presentations today. That's it for questions, and look forward to seeing you next year.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council, we're moving on to our next item, which is a report that does have decisions attached. It's on the random order ballot model, and I'm not sure if the clerks need a few minutes to set up, but we're ready to go with Acting City Clerk Rosemary, who will be providing the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Accompanying the report back on the random order ballot model that was implemented for the 2018 general election, we have a brief presentation to provide a high-level overview of the research conducted as a result of Council's direction, engagement activities since the 2018 general election, and what we have planned to prepare us for the upcoming general election in 2022. Here to present from the City Clerk's office are Tamara Wong, our election manager, and Wendy Mendes, manager of civic engagement. And also joining us from Simon Fraser University, Alina DeRoich and Corinne Henderson. Tamara, if you're ready, I'll hand that over to you now.
Great. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So good morning, Council. Today we are here to present a report back on the random order ballot model used in the 2018 election. We'll start by giving you a brief background, followed by an overview of our research and engagement methods, and then ending the presentation with the recommendations. Oops, sorry. So with regards to the background, the City of Vancouver has primarily used an alphabetical model in its elections. In 1993, a random order ballot model was used. However, after hearing feedback from the public and recommendations from staff, Council reverted back to an alphabetical model in the 1996 election due to the confusion the random order ballot caused for voters. In the 2018 election, Council directed staff to implement a random ballot order due to concerns regarding a possible ballot order effect, which is that the candidate's placement on the ballot impacts the number of votes they receive. And most recently, at the Standing Committee of City Finance and Services meeting on July 24th, 2019, Council directed staff to engage with specific advisory committee members for their feedback on the use of an alphabetical model versus a random ballot model. I'll now hand it over to Wendy to discuss our engagement strategies with the advisory committee members.
Thanks, Tamara, and good morning, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I am the Manager of Democratic Engagement based out of the City Clerk's office, and I will be presenting to you this morning information on the 3 methods undertaken to respond to the Council motion. First of all, we undertook a joint advisory committee meeting in response to direction contained in the motion itself. Secondly, we conducted an online survey, which was intended to be a supplementary snapshot of a moment in time, if you will. And third, we contracted an academic study by SFU researchers, Dr. Alina DeRoich and Corinne Henderson, to determine the scope and level of impact that ballot order effect may have on voters. So the findings from these 3 methods were analyzed and triangulated to arrive at the recommendations presented in this report back. Important to note that the findings were not weighted equally. As I'm sure you can appreciate, there were a number of challenges that we encountered in 2020 around engagement due to the pandemic. So I will speak to the first 2, the Joint Advisory Committee meeting and the online survey, and then pass the floor to our academic researchers who conducted the third. Next slide, please. So as an additional piece of context, Mayor and Council should be aware that the methods for this process were informed by your City Hall. This is a framework based out of the City Clerk's office. It's about a year old. It takes a systems change and equity-focused approach to increasing civic literacy, deepening local democracy, and reducing barriers to participation in civic life within and beyond City Hall. So this work is really deeply informed by best practices in this realm that show that fostering equitable and inclusive participation in local democracy and civic life can reduce barriers to voting, to running for office, and taking part in a wide range of activities that contribute to a healthy, vibrant democracy. And Mayor and Council will be receiving the Your City Hall 2020 annual report in the coming. Next slide, please. So we'll turn now to the Joint Advisory Committee meeting. The meeting was held on February 3rd, 2020. Members from 3 advisory committees attended. the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Advisory Committee, the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and the Seniors Advisory Committee. And in addition, feedback was received from a member of the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee just prior to that meeting on February 3rd. Next slide. So when asked whether attendees prefer a random order ballot model or an alphabetical model, there was no clear consensus. A number of benefits and drawbacks to each model were identified. However, a number of recommendations included improving ballot design, improving accessibility, increasing patterns on the ballot, reducing the length of the ballot, and increasing eligibility requirements for potential candidates. And finally, a theme strongly emerged around efforts to reduce systemic barriers through engagement and outreach to increase voter turnout and candidate diversity, particularly among IBPOC residents. Next slide. I'll turn now to the online survey. The survey was distributed via the City of Vancouver Social Policy and Projects Community Service Grants email list. This is made up of over 100 community organizations in the city. The survey was translated into 4 languages: Punjabi, Tagalog, Simplified Chinese, and Traditional Chinese. It was open initially from January 21st to March 12th, 2020, and again from September 3rd to 28th, 2020. And I'm sure you can ascertain what happened in between March and September. And finally, the total number of responses was 162, made up of 153 complete responses and 9 partial. Next slide. The survey asked 3 questions. First, what impact do you think listing candidates in random order has on the fairness of voting? Second, whether you voted or not in the 2018 municipal election, what is your preference for the way candidates are listed on the ballot in the future? And third, if you voted in the City of Vancouver 2018 municipal election, how would you rate the clarity of the random order ballot? We also added 2 open-ended questions to ensure that we could capture any additional comments. Next slide. So almost half of survey respondents, that's almost 46%, indicate that the random order ballot model increases fairness. At the same time, 42.4% of respondents indicate a preference for an alphabetical ballot, with 37.3% indicating a preference for the random order ballot. In rating the clarity of the random order ballot, responses were mixed. The top 3 responses range from very clear at just over 33% to not clear but not confusing at just over 24% to somewhat confusing at 19.2%. So I will now turn the floor over to the academic researchers who conducted the study and invite them to present on their findings. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elina de Roy, and I'm an associate professor in political science at Simon Fraser University. And together with Corey Henderson, a master's student in our program, I wrote a report on ballot order effects in Vancouver municipal elections, of which I will give you a brief summary here. Next slide, please. So I'll start by clarifying some key terms that I'll be using. So first, when we talk about the ballot order model, this is a procedure for determining the order in which candidates' names appear on a ballot. And the most common one is to list candidates alphabetically by their last name. So second, a ballot order effect is the impact a candidate's position or their rank on the ballot has on the share of the vote the candidate receives. So that is, does it matter, all else equal, where a candidate is listed on the ballot for the number of votes that they get? So I'll briefly go over some different existing ballot order models and then present what we know based on published academic studies about ballot order effects and what our own analysis of Vancouver municipal election data tells us about such effects in Vancouver elections. Next, please. So first, let's start with existing ballot order models. You can find a more elaborate discussion in section 2 of our report. Next, please. So there are 7, at least, different procedures that have been used in North America to determine the order in which candidate names appear on the ballot. The most used procedure in Canada is to list candidate names in alphabetical order using candidate's last name. Another model that is used is a randomized order, in which the order of candidate names on the ballot is determined by drawing the names at random. And this model was used in Vancouver municipal elections in 1993, and of course, that's why we're here, recently in 2018. Yet another model orders candidates according to their party affiliation, for instance, often then listing major parties first. Now, each of the different procedures, of which we know there are 7, has benefits and drawbacks, which relate to how fair the ordering is to candidates. Now, for instance, random placement on ballots is generally considered fairer than alphabetical placements. The transparency of the procedure, obviously, it's very clear how the order of candidate names is determined when you use an alphabetical ordering. But when using a random ordering, some careful attention must be paid to how the random draw of the names is conducted. Models also differ in terms of how easy and costly they are to implement, and both alphabetical and random order model are actually quite easy and relatively cheap when it comes to their implementation. Now, finally, the experience of voters differs depending on the model used. A common critique, as we have just seen, is that it's harder for voters to find the preferred candidates on a randomly ordered list than on an alphabetically ordered list. That is, though, assuming that voters do know the name of the candidate they want to vote for, which is not always the case, especially if they can vote for multiple candidates. Next, please. Now, these figures are in the report. They show the different ballot order models that are used in provincial and territorial elections on the left, and that are used and available as options to use in municipal elections on the right. As you can quite clearly see, the alphabetical order model in light blue is by far the most common, but quite a few provinces do allow municipalities to choose other models, like BC, for instance, does. Next, please. I'm now going to talk about what we know based on published academic studies about ballot order effects. Next. We focused on academic studies of ballot order effects published in the last 2 decades and added any Canadian studies that we could find regardless of the time period. We found 18 non-Canadian studies and 3 Canadian ones. Only one of the Canadian studies, though, was published in an academic journal in the last 20 years. So not a lot of evidence, particularly for Canada. So overall, academic studies tend to suggest that the order in which candidate names appears on the ballot does impact their vote shares, specifically with those higher on the ballot experiencing an advantage. Now, while most academics agree that some type of ballot order effect does exist, there are many different estimations of how strong this effect is. So by that we mean, how much does that ballot position impact vote shares? The effect strength is quite difficult to compare across studies, given the different types of elections being examined, and national contexts, and the different methodological choices made by the academics. So some care must be taken in comparing studies and using those conclusions. The academic literature also suggests some conditions under which ballot placement matters more for candidates' share of the vote. Broadly speaking, any factor that makes it more difficult for voters to decide which candidate to vote for in an election can worsen ballot order effect. So if you think that voters lack sufficient information about candidates, if they struggle to distinguish candidates' platforms, and or if they do not have a strong preference for one candidate or the other, factors like the order in which candidates appear on the ballot might enter their decision-making process. So some of the conditions are present in Vancouver municipal elections. Next, please. So in Vancouver municipal elections, we see several factors that, according to the literature at least, are likely to amplify the impact of candidates' position on their share of the vote compared to some other elections. So we would expect that because we generally see a relatively large number of candidates in Vancouver elections, because they are municipal elections as opposed to provincial or federal, and because of the at-large electoral system that we have, which allows voters to choose multiple candidates, ballot order will matter relatively more than in other types of elections. It is also likely that races for lower visibility offices, such as those for park commissioner or school trustee, see stronger ballot effects, especially if they are in addition to that position towards the end of the ballot. Now, also, in addition, some candidates might be less likely to have their vote share impacted by ballot order effect. So, for instance, incumbent candidates, those with higher name recognition, or those affiliated with a party might experience ballot order effects less, or might be impacted less by them. And there might also be difference between election years. So in election years in which a particular race is very close might also show a different ballot order effect from years in which a race is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Next, please. In the final section, I turn to our own analysis of Vancouver municipal election data and what it tells us about such effects in Vancouver elections. Next, please. So we use election data on each candidate's share of the vote, the proportion of vote they received, and their ballot position. So that is whether they were ranked first, second, 15th, etc. in races for mayor, city council, park, and school boards in 13 Vancouver City municipal elections between 1988 and 2018. And that includes 2 by-elections. So we conducted a type of statistical analysis called a beta regression to estimate the effect of candidates' ballot position on their vote shares. And this effect was estimated net, independent of candidate characteristics such as their perceived gender, their predicted ethnic racial background, incumbency, so whether they had run before, and party affiliation. And we also took into account that ballot rank likely matters more for candidates that are positioned higher on the ballot. So by that I mean it's likely to matter more whether as a candidate you are ranked 5th rather than 2nd, than it matters whether you're ranked 25th rather than 22nd. Finally, we estimated separate models for elections for mayor, councillor, park commissioner, and school trustee. And for each type of race, we looked at each election separately and also combined all years to obtain an average effect across all years for each race. Next, please. Now, we find that between 1988 and 2018, candidates lower on the ballots for city council, park, and school board elections receive, on average, a statistically significantly lower share of the vote than those ranked higher on the ballot. I say on average, as in some years these ballot order effects are stronger than in others. The ballot order effect is largest in park board elections, then school board elections, then city council elections. For that same period, 1988 to 2018, we find no evidence of a ballot order effect in elections for mayor. We also find no evidence that the random ballots in 1993 and 2018 reduced the ballot order effect. Now, what this last finding means is that the random ballot might, just like the alphabetical ballot, benefit candidates higher on the ballot. But who ends up being higher on the ballot is, of course, randomly rather than alphabetically determined. Next, please. To give you a sense of the size of the ballot effect, because statistical significance doesn't say anything about the substantive importance, we can use our models to estimate the difference, on average, between 1988 and 2018. Now, the estimated difference between a candidate ranked, for instance, 1st and 10th on the ballot in each race is for for park board 0.43 percentage point, for school board 0.31 percentage points, and for city council 0.26 percentage points. Now these might seem small, but let me put them a little bit in context, because of course the big question is, does this ballot effect impact election outcomes? Now, for any given election, it is really difficult to say. But what we do know is that the average difference in elections between 1988 and 2018, between the vote share of the losing candidate with the most votes and the winning candidates with the fewest votes. So, for instance, if you think about the candidate for council who got the 11th most votes versus the candidate for council who got the 10th most votes and therefore got elected, this suggests, if we can look at that ballot rank can potentially change election outcomes, as the margins by which candidates win or lose can be quite small. For instance, for park board, the average winning margin between 1988 and 2018 was 0.24 percentage points, which of course is smaller than the 0.43 percentage points that we estimate to matter. Next. This is just our contact information. Thank you. And Corey and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thanks, Clerk.
So,
Okay.
sorry,
I just
Mayor.
wondered if there's anything else from you, but if it looks like there is, so please go ahead.
Great. So just to end our presentation, staff have provided the following recommendations for Council's consideration, which are A, that Council continue with the random order ballot for the 2022 election with the addition of numbers in front of candidates' names to make it easier for those with language barriers or those who rely on pattern recognition. B, to implement recommendation A in any by-elections that may come up prior to the 2022 election. C, that the City of Vancouver requests that the province amend the Vancouver Charter to extend the nomination period and move it to earlier in the election year to provide voters more time to learn about candidates. Further, that Council submit a resolution for consideration that requests an extension of the candidate nomination period to the next LMLGA and subsequent UBCM conventions. And finally, D, that the City requests that the province amend the Vancouver Charter to require a minimum of 75 qualified nominators for councillor candidates and 100 qualified nominators for mayoral candidates to help address the large number of candidates and reduce voter fatigue. So that concludes the end of our presentation. Staff are available to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thanks. Okay, lots of questions. We start with Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Carr, please go ahead. Oh, you're on mute, I think. Still on mute.
This is request sent.
Staff, we can still hear you there.
Sorry, yeah,
There we go. Councillor Carr.
somehow it keeps on WebEx. It keeps switching to being muted. I'm not sure if I haven't touched it, so perhaps you could have staff look into that. Why?
Sure, I did ask. There was some background noise. I asked staff to mute everybody, so just on Jabber. So that's probably what happened. Go ahead, Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. So first of all, thanks for the presentation. Very, very interesting. My first question has to do with the first recommendation in front of us as council, and that is to add numbers to the list of candidates to make it easier for those. To make it easier for people searching for who they want to vote for. So I want to know, potentially from the SFU professors, is there a meaning to adding numbers? Is there, in other words, an effect in terms of the vote outcome if the candidates, whether in this case being randomized, so it's not alphabetical, but has numbers beside the names? The report seems to indicate that there could be meaning. I'm interested in knowing what you think and if that meaning could even be more significant than ranking alphabetically.
Over to the professor.
So yes, the short answer is we don't know. There's no academic research that says. There's some speculation that it might be the case that if you can campaign on a I'm number 1 or number 2, that you might get a benefit from saying I'm number 30. So there might be, but that's pure speculation. So the short answer is we just honestly do not know.
That doesn't make me happy, considering that's quite a significant change and could have an impact on outcome. So I did I did do some research myself when this was brought forward in the last term of council, and I found some studies in Ontario and Quebec that actually says party name, where there are parties on the ballot, that the party names have more of an impact than the ranking, even if alphabetical. And I'm wondering if you have that same research knowledge.
Professor?
Yes, for sure. There's no doubt that party matters more than alphabetical ordering. In fact, a lot of factors are likely to matter more than alphabetical ordering. Factors like gender of the candidate, policies, obviously, hopefully, matter more than alphabetical. So the key is just that in cases where voters have a difficulty deciding between candidates because of an absence of such factors, that then the kind of ballot ranking might enter in the decision-making process.
Okay. Okay, in that research that I did, I also found research who said that the order in being ranked alphabetically actually diminished significantly after number 1 and number 2 spots. That actually it was not very significant. It was significant for certainly the number 1 spot. But is that what you found too? That the alphabetical order is not as significant as maybe some people think it is, except for at the very top of the ballot, or maybe at the very bottom?
So there's certainly what we call a primacy effect, that indeed higher up on the ballot that matters more. And also, this is actually something we took into account in our modeling. And this is what I meant that, yes, It matters more whether you're second or fifth than whether you're 22nd or 25th. But that's a relative comparison. Ideally, probably, I don't think any candidate would prefer to be 22nd versus then second.
Right.
So it matters higher up on the ballot more, but it doesn't mean it doesn't matter lower on the ballot either.
Okay. And a final question. In 1993, there was a random ballot, but it was then reversed. So it was just a one-off, as you said. In 1996, returned to alphabetical order due to confusion of the public. Can you offer more information about that? Is it the same kind of confusion, for example, that the advisory, joint advisory committees indicated to our staff?
Wendy, are you able to answer that?
You might be on mute.
Hi, thanks for the question, Councillor Carr. I don't actually have findings from that election period. I wonder, to pass to Tamara, if there were any findings related to that election year that might match or not the most recent Joint Advisory Committee findings.
From my knowledge, we don't have any record on that. If that's something the councillor is interested in, we can look in to see if there's anything. But as I know right now, we don't have any information on the top of our heads.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's out of my time.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the report. I really appreciate this work back, and it stemmed from a motion that I brought forward, and it was really the spirit of doing the due diligence around this because it's such an important topic. My question really relates to sort of the fact of that balance between fairness for candidates and ease for the public. And what I'm understanding from the staff recommendation with the addition of numbers is to put some balance towards ease for the public. I had asked in the past about the ability to have multiple versions of the ballot to negate a bias effect, because as the SFU researchers said, there will always be a bias effect when you're using one version of the ballot. But I understand that we're precluded from doing that unless we request a charter change. But it was also referenced in the staff report there would be implementation difficulty with that. Can staff elaborate a bit on what the implementation challenges of having multiple versions would be?
Sure, through the mayor. The random ballot model that we implemented in 2018 for the actual draw itself, it took us 2.5 hours. So not only that we need a charter change, the second piece is there's a short period between the end of nomination, the end of challenge period, and the first day of advanced voting. So if we were to print multiple styles of random ballots, the timing would be a huge challenge for us unless that nomination period is moved up earlier. But as of now, we don't have that ability.
And the nomination period change that staff are recommending, in this report, would that accomplish that, or no? You're suggesting it would have to be
Yes,
amended?
definitely. That would definitely support that model.
And what type of lead time would be needed, just so that we're aware? Makes sense?
So what we're asking in the report is for council to consider writing to the to UBCM to propose a longer period, which is
No, sorry, just to clarify, what kind of period would be needed to provide enough time to implement multiple versions of random ballots? That's what I was trying to clarify.
Sure. So with the current single style, we require at least 5 business days to do the logistical testing on the ballot itself. So I would probably, not knowing how many styles it would go with, it would probably, if we say 4, you're probably looking at double the time to do the accuracy testing.
Okay, thanks. I'm just in the time I have, I'm going to switch over for a question just for the SFU researchers, and this is just for absolute clarity on the record. And I just want to reflect back on what I'm hearing you would you would affirm what I'm hearing is correct if I state it this way, that there is an order bias regardless of whether it's an alphabetical or a random ballot, but there is more fairness in a sense in a random ballot because at least candidates have a shot at having an earlier spot on the ballot versus with an alphabetical, they do not. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the other, what I picked up from the research and other comments is that the other complexity in things like length of ballot could be addressed through other means. But really, in terms of the order question, the random is more fair from a candidate perspective.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's really helpful. And Councillor Carr asked my question on numbers, and I did have some concern around cultural connotation on that, so I'll leave it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yes, I've got a bunch of questions here. So when you talk about rotating ballots, what does that actually mean? Like you'd print ballots that were actually different, that had different people on the top and different people on the bottom?
Yes,
Polling station would get so many of each?
that's correct. So there's different ways to do it. So just use to first simplifying the response. Say we council decide to have 4 different styles, so we would have 4 different draws, and the names will be different for each style. So in the 2018 election, that was just the one style.
My concern here is that with one type of ballot, you're privileged if you have a name that begins with A or B, and with the other type, you're privileged if you win the draw. What about, will a longer candidate nomination period make it so that we don't have council meetings for a longer time?
So the current, the procedure bylaw, council made that change last year or the year before, where the last council meeting was just before the nomination period. So if council wished to entertain that again to coincide with the longer nomination period, if we get the approval from the province, that's really up to council.
Okay, and to the consultant here on, you said there is no evidence that the random ballots reduce the impact of placement on the ballot. But that's still what we're going for here in these recommendations?
So sorry, I think that was directed at me. So there's no evidence that it reduces the impact of where you are on the ballot, but the key difference again is that now where you are on the ballot is randomly decided by luck of draw rather than based on your last name. And in that sense might differ between elections and is considered fairer.
Okay. One of the one of the suggestions in the report was that mail voting might encourage more turnout. And did the staff give any consideration of ways to increase mail-in voting? Or do you think that would be a good idea?
Councillor Swanson, that is something we have to look at, and this is due to the pandemic. So we are looking to bring forward some changes to the election bylaw. Currently, there's some restrictions around who would be eligible for mail ballot, and given that we could expand that to other to include other requirements, that we can certainly bring that forward for council consideration.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Thank you. We're on to Councillor Bly for up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. And I have a couple of follow-up questions to a number of my questions that were already asked. First to, is it Professor DeRouche? I wonder if you can share if you took into account the unique factor that Vancouver has fairly well-established, long-standing political parties, and there's sort of been discussion or commentary that political parties at one time or over time have ran candidates that would have ended up at the higher up in the ballot based on the first letter of their last name. and I'm curious if this was considered in your initial research in the Vancouver specific data set from 1993, I think you said, until 2018.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. So what we definitely did do is in calculating or estimating that effect, we took into account party affiliation. So the effect that I'm showing is net of independent of party affiliation. But it is certainly true that parties have an independent effect on vote shares, right? If you're a party member, you have a higher chance to get a higher vote share. We did not systematically look at whether candidate last names differ alphabetically depending on whether individuals belong to a party. I didn't look at that specifically, but it is certainly expressed in the academic literature as a concern and a disadvantage of alphabetical ordering model that either individual candidates might even go as far as changing their names, or that parties might. Again, I don't have any evidence to say that that's the case in Vancouver, but that parties might select candidates with last names higher on the ballot. That is being expressed as a potential concern about alphabetical order modeling.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then to staff, if we were to proceed with the random order ballot as recommended by staff and drawing numbers, and if we did extend the campaign period, can you indicate when the numbers would be drawn? I seem to recall in 2018 election, it was perhaps halfway through the campaign period.
Staff?
Sorry, Councillor Bly, I missed the question. Would you mind repeating that again?
If we extend the campaign period as recommended by staff, and we move ahead with the random order ballot with the numbers being printed on the ballot, I'm just curious in the timeline when those numbers will be drawn. And I'm asking this as reference because the 2018 election, I believe the ballot order draw was well into the campaign period. And if we are to expect candidates to run on their number per se, that I'm curious when that will be established in the process.
Right. So the period where we can do the random draw would be right after the challenge period. The end of nomination period, I believe. It will be shortly, a few days after. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly, but it's very, very soon at the end of it. And that again is to ensure that candidates have the time to campaign. And I believe it would be the end of the challenge period. I'm just remembering that now.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for me.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Great. Thank you very much for this presentation. I very much enjoyed the detail and analysis that was undertaken. And everything that I've studied over the years has confirmed that the alphabetical ballot does give a preference. As former councillor May Brown used to say, you should have been a B. So it's good to see that things are moving in this direction. My question is in respect of the extension to 87 days and what the implications are. Have we considered any downside risk in extending that period? You've noted, for example, the council meetings terminating before the beginning of the nomination period is one aspect that would have to be changed. Councillor Bly just brought up when the random numbers would be determined. That was within the existing 36 days. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the implications that were considered in extending to 87 days?
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Hardwick. We did consider that, and the timing itself would fall around July, and typically council would have the break in August, and with the current language in the procedure bylaw, the last council meeting in September would be the one that would be impacted.
Okay, and what was the logic for not conducting any council meetings during the nomination period? why?
Yes, thanks for the question. The logic behind it would be to ensure that there's no decisions made that could impact the election. But I think that's probably more a question or an answer from council. That was the recommendation from the previous council as well.
Okay. And then there was with respect to the number of qualified nominators for council and mayor candidates, there was a matrix compiled of various different jurisdictions. How did you settle on the number of 75 for council and 100 for mayor? Why not higher numbers like 100 and 250 as we saw in other jurisdictions?
Tamara, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so we did it based on taking like a preliminary average across them. Obviously, there are other considerations to take into effect as these ones are all the ones that we listed are part of a ward system. So we did have to take into effect that Vancouver has an at-large system as well, and the high number of candidates. So that's how we came about the 75 and 100 nominators. More research would be needed, probably to determine if these are the definitive numbers, but based on the preliminary research that we provided, this is how we came up with the 75 and 100.
Okay. So there is room for further analysis around that conclusion. And it sounds like there's room for further analysis around the candidate nomination period and the implication to council meetings in September. Finally, with respect to the numbers that would be associated, one of the comments that was questioned was about the cultural impact certain numbers. There are superstitions around numbers. One of, even things like we don't have a 13th floor on an elevator going up a building in many cases because of concerns about the number 13. Will there be further examination taken around the impact of numbers?
Councillor Hardwick, we could, but I don't know if we would have any more answers. Not a lot of other places we can go to get that information. This is not common, and I think we're proposing the numbering system in order to help voters. So when candidates are campaigning out there, it makes it easier for them to identify who the candidates are.
I 100% understand that, and it's a logical thing to do, but there are illogical things that come up in the mix. So that's why I'm asking the question. I just appreciate further consideration. Sounds like my time is up. Thank you.
It is. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Up to 5.
Thanks, and thanks for all of this work. It's certainly a number of very interesting conversations. Many of my questions were asked. I have two questions specific to the longer nomination period as well. And the first is I'm wondering what considerations have happened around the impact on lower income candidates. I'm conscious that it takes a lot of time and being able to take time off work to commit to campaigning, and that's harder for some folks than others. And so I'm just curious about the lengthening of that period in terms of who has the ability to take more time off work to devote more time to that.
I can take that one. Thanks for the question. I think certainly that's a very strong priority of consideration for us in thinking through an extended nomination period or that recommendation to council. So our rationale is twofold. First of all, certainly a longer nomination period gives more time for voters to learn about candidates and platforms. But I think on the equity and access issues that you're raising, Councillor Boyle, we're very attentive to the potential benefits of a longer nomination period in enabling more time and support for folks who may not necessarily have had access or may not have time to think about running for office. So that's a much more coordinated approach, both through the Your City Hall initiative that has a very strong equity and inclusion lens, and equally, I would say, around the gender diversity intersectional audit that Clerks is currently conducting. That's coming before you in March, I believe. So that's looking at data on electoral candidates dating back to 2018 and thinking about supports and strategies that we may be able to put in place to provide precisely that kind of support and encouragement. We know there are a number of really interesting initiatives that already exist to encourage underrepresented individuals and groups to run for City Council in Canada. Ask Her YYC in Calgary, MTLs in Montreal, Women for Politics, which is what we ran here at the City of Vancouver, Women Transforming Cities. So we have lots to build on and learn from there, not just around low income, but taking an intersectional lens.
Okay, so just so I understand, your sense is that, well, there may be additional pressures in terms of the time commitment required to run, that it also creates more space for the types of supports that the city and other outside organizations could create to help level that playing field?
Yes, exactly. I think some of what we heard, not only from the advisory committee meeting, but equally in some of the work that I've been doing through your City Hall, is I think a real interest in exploring different ways of building capacity and engaging and learning about how to run that may take more time. So it may not necessarily be formally the campaigning period, but probably also backing up before that to look at more of those upstream challenges and barriers.
Okay, great. Thank you for all of that, for thinking of that. My other question around the nomination period is I'm wondering what relevant information you can help us understand around how lengthening the campaign or the nomination period relates to the new campaign finance and financial reporting rules that came into place for the last municipal election. Would extending the nomination period extend those periods? How do they connect to each other?
Yes, through the mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor Boyle. That would have to be amended as well. So if we do get the approval to extend that period, then the reporting period would have to match. So that would be something we would have to work with the province on.
Okay, but doesn't need specific direction in this motion. That's just part of the work that would fall out from it.
Yes, so it would be a submission to, council would have to bring a submission to UBCM, but I believe last year it was, there is a language around campaigning that was presented to province that was endorsed by UBCM. So if council approves the recommendation, we would look at the endorsement and see what change is required, and we'll be working with the province.
Okay, thank you for all of that.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. It's been a very informative presentation. Just noting some of the questions that I have here is I was wondering specifically, although there's been consultation with
Councillor Dejanova, you seem to be cutting out a little bit.
persons with disabilities, I assume also the Seniors Advisory
Committee. Councillor Dejanova, you're cutting out.
Now that I've adjusted my microphone. Can you hear me now, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, we did miss the first part of what you were saying. I can stop your timer.
Can you hear me better now, Mr. Mayor? I just plugged in my microphone again.
Yep, try it again. And
thanks so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Great. Thanks for stopping my timer.
Nope.
Cannot hear me?
Still, you are kind of cutting in and out.
Mr. Mayor, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call in. If you would bear with me and stop my
I'll
time.
put you at there's a couple more councillors on the list, so I'll just move you to the end of the queue and move to Councillor Wiebe.
just double my time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, first question. On building the framework that takes a system change and equity-based approach, how are we looking to increase the amount of accessible stations, recognizing that was a concern in the last election?
Thanks for the question. That's a consideration that the first year of your City Hall of the framework was really focused on I would say, the upstream indicators of civic engagement and inclusive participation in local democracy. So as we move toward the 2022 election, we are now just engaging on more concerted engagement with our advisory committees, with our community partners, around questions of accessibility and inclusion that are more specifically geared toward the election itself. So the framework recognizes voting and running for office potentially as obviously very critical downstream indicators of a healthy, inclusive democracy. The overall framework of your City Hall takes a much broader approach to thinking through what democratic participation means and what it looks like. So to answer your question, that work is underway now. And if that's a question that Council wishes us to pursue specifically with advisory committees and our community partners, we would certainly be more than happy to do so.
Okay, really appreciate the way the framework's set up and appreciate what level we're at. On that on that note, one of the things that was discussed when this first came forward was the opportunity to have ballot in alphabetical order, but switching different letters. So having random ballots, but still alphabetical, so that people, when they are going to vote, they could recognize if they're looking for someone with a D, that'd be after the C. It might be at the bottom of the ballot or the top, but making it a little bit easier for people to find someone without having to number it. So I'm wondering if that was still in consideration as looking at random ballots, but still having them alphabetical.
Councillor Weave, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Can you repeat that again?
Well, yeah, we talk about, so like you could basically have one ballot would start with the letter C, and it would then be alphabetical, but the first names on the ballot would be C, and then B would be at the bottom of the ballot. And so there would be multiple random ballots, and it would just be a different letter that would be starting the ballot. So it'd still be alphabetical, which would allow people to easily find the people they're looking for. But one ballot might start with C, the next person might grab a ballot, might start with X, the next person might grab a ballot, might start with F. So it'd be multiple versions starting with different letters, but still alphabetical. That would allow people to still find the person they're looking for and still be, but it would change who's at the top of the ballot.
Right. Yes, I understand what you're asking now. So it would be having to deal with multiple versions of the ballot. It would it require significant engagement and also communication to the voters to explain to them the process. Again, the challenge is, we hear from our survey that voters don't want to have a different the election system change every single time because it takes them a while to understand the process. So the current legislation doesn't allow us to do so. We would have to ask for that authority as well.
But do we not have the ability to do a random ballot?
We do, but not when it's multiple style. We only have the ability to do one style under the charter.
Okay, but one of the things we are asking for is to have more than one ballot, or is the only recommendation that we will have one ballot just in a randomized order?
One ballot style that's randomized with the numbering system in place.
Okay, thank you. That's everything.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Up to 5. We're at 11:30. Council.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I moved myself to the end of the list because Councillor DeGenova was coming back on, so I'll do that again.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you have a minute left for questions.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I put myself under the bottom to move the report later, so I'll go to the bottom again.
Okay, I just use the what I do with the moving of reports is just do verbal, so I'll just call for it. Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova. You're up for your questions.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was still on the list for my question, sir.
You are. Go ahead, up to 5.
You can hear me okay?
I can.
Great. My first question is specifically regarding persons with disabilities, people with cognitive impairments, learning disabilities. Beyond our own persons with disabilities and seniors advisory committees, was there efforts made to go out to some of the care homes that I know mobile pools go to, or to have broader consultation within the community as to how those individuals felt the ease or accessibility of voting was during the 2018 election in the randomized format used?
Your questions to
To the chief election officer,
Okay.
Hagawara.
Thanks.
Through the mayor, yes, we know what some of the challenges that some of the care homes were having with respect to enabling voting at their home. So we will be looking at improving this process for the 2022 election.
Okay. Did this specific the specific groups I mentioned note any problems or difficulties that precluded them from feeling that they could vote?
So, Mayor Stewart, I didn't quite hear the question.
Could I was just asking specifically if those individuals that you consulted with, now that I know that there was some consultation beyond the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, did they feel that they were able to vote as easily as they were in previous elections?
Yes.
I can
Go ahead,
also
Wendy.
add to that. Thanks, and thank you for the question. Beyond the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, with respect to engagement around this particular motion from Council, the intention was for us to try to capture additional data through the online survey and indeed to conduct more in-person community engagement. As of March, that became, of course, exceptionally difficult. And we were very mindful of refraining from non-emergency outreach and engagement with community partners between that period of roughly March really into the fall to streamline communications and reduce demands on already stretched community organizations. So I think as and when the conditions are more safe for us to conduct that engagement, and again, as we move toward the 2022 election next year, we are now just starting to really gear up toward increased engagement with community partners, including care homes and seniors, as it's safe to do so.
Thanks so much. That's not quite my question. I do have a number of other questions. I appreciate talking about future consultation. It was just how we came to these recommendations that are before us. Also wondered if there was any consideration in the recommendations of offering an option. I tend to, just as Councillor Weeb had asked about a randomized ballot instead of just having 4 options, but all possible randomizations. If we're going to go all that way, has that been costed and looked at as to what that would include? And then also, has staff considered randomized ballots, but also giving people the option when they come of an alphabetized ballot, so they could choose? Would they like a randomized ballot, or would they like an alphabetized, or a ballot listed in alphabetical order of candidates?
Just a minute left.
So maybe I can take the first part, and then Wendy, if you can answer the second part. Related to the various types of ballots, so with the current timeline, it would be extremely challenging for us to meet the deadline for having the ballots ready for voting if we were to have multiple ballot styles. So in order to accomplish what council is asking for, we would need to have the nomination period moved up early as one of our recommendations in the report.
Thank you very much. I only have 20 seconds left. Was it considered offering 2 options a randomized option to each voter and an alphabetical option, and they could choose which option they preferred.
That was not considered, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Domino, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. A couple of quick questions, just following up on the online survey that was issued. Just to be clear, that survey was delivered via a listserv, but not publicly available to the broader public and residents of Vancouver. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Was there any reason we didn't use our existing consultation platform that's available through the city?
Yes, methodologically, we wanted to engage via the Social Policy and Projects Grants List, recognizing that those organizations typically provide services and programs to underrepresented groups. Unfortunately, the results still didn't capture the diversity we were hoping for, but that was the reason for not engaging that way. And then when March arrived, we were really precluded from any promotion campaign to try to distribute the survey to a wider audience.
Okay. Would we consider in future that we would leverage our existing consultation platforms because we do it so widely for so many issues across the city? I found it a little surprising that we didn't exercise that.
Yes, absolutely. I think the main reason for that in 2020 was the pandemic. It was really to reduce additional demands on community and community organizations.
Oh, okay. I'm talking about residents though, where the ability for residents to participate, and we were doing surveys for rezonings and other things through our existing platforms.
Yes, I think again recognizing that our intention was try to reach folks who may not normally participate in some of our existing platforms. So to do the differential impact of the pandemic led us to assume that folks with less access and less time would not be participating. So next time we'll look at a different set of strategies for engagement.
Okay, thank you. Just 2 other questions. I just want to follow up on the questions of Councillor Weeb and Councillor DeGenova around accommodation and recognizing we have individuals who may have disabilities, learning disabilities, physical disabilities, and how are we, if we're not able to provide and offer an alternate ballot that may be alphabetical and easier to read, or language barriers, for instance, what do we do to accommodate those individuals? Because that has been identified as a challenge by a number of groups and even in the feedback we received in this report.
Thanks for the question, Councilor Dominato. And I think that was addressed in the report why we are recommending numbering instead, as that is easily understood for others. Maybe if staff can point out where that is in the report. Tamara, do you know? Just having a look here.
Or maybe I'll reframe it. Like, are we still enabling like accommodations so I can bring an individual with me? So if I'm visually impaired or I have a language barrier, I can bring a family member to help me vote. Is that accommodated because
Yes,
of the challenge made
absolutely.
with
Yes, you can. And we also, we also provide accessible ballot marking machines during events. So that was provided in the last 2 elections.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. And then I'm just, I guess, for with the research that was undertaken around the use of the random ballot, was there any investigation into whether the low voter turnout was connected in any way to the random ballot, given that it was probably one of the lowest it had been in recent years? I'm just curious.
I think maybe sorry, Alina, go ahead.
Yes, we didn't look at turnout in particular. What we do know from the academic literature, so we didn't look at that for Vancouver data. Generally, the academic literature says that if you have low turnout, you're generally going to get less of a ballot effect. So it's kind of good because the only voters who will turn out are the ones who are mostly committed, and they tend to be less driven by placement of a candidate on the ballot. So low turnout tends to be, better in terms of ballot order effects, but of course, overall, not something we would like to see.
Okay.
And just to add to that, Councilor D'Amato, in 2018, we had approximately 223 complaints, and 10 of those were related to the randomized ballots, and their complaint was around additional time it took to find the candidates. Those were the comments we received.
Super. Thanks. That's really helpful. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
I think I have a few seconds left here. I just have
Yeah,
one
I'm sorry, I reset the
question.
timers. Yep, go ahead.
Has any consideration been given to having a permanent advance poll in the downtown east side? I mean, permanent for the whole advance polling period, so people will know that it's there and be able to access it.
Yes, thanks for the question. We're definitely are considering that. We will be looking at all the voting locations for 2022, given that some of the locations may not be available anymore for whatever reason. So definitely this on our list of priority.
Okay, thank you so much. I won't make an amendment then.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova, you've used your 5 minutes. Did you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, I was going to move another round of questions. I just have one more and had some difficulties at first, as you know.
Okay, if you want to move that motion, go ahead.
Thank you. Move for a second set of questions.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Okay, I think I heard Councillor Dominato there. All in favor of a second round, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. My next question was specifically about visually impaired individuals. Would there be randomized ballots in Braille provided for them?
Councillor Dejanova, we will the individuals that need assistance can use the accessible machines that we provide during advanced voting. So that has the ability to help them mark the ballots.
Okay, it has the ability to help them mark the ballots, but we're not providing an option of Braille. For those who do use Braille, there are some individuals out there who still do. So that's
Clerks?
not an option.
I'm just trying to remember if the machine has that option. Maybe if council's okay with that, I can provide the response back in a memo.
I'd be fine with that if that's fine with you and as per the system. I also just had a question regarding what amount of work would it be to randomize, like cost, and also how many ballots would we be looking at printing if we were to randomize all orders? How many exact orders would there possibly be if we looked at the 2018 ballot? If we had the same number of candidates, how many random possibilities would there be if we were to actually random order, not just choose to do a few random orders?
So just to confirm what you're asking, when you say randomize all of them, you're looking for a different, if there's 80 candidates, we have 80 different style? Is that what you mean?
No, if there were 80 candidates and we were to randomize the ballot, we would see all possible options that would be generated, I'm sure, by technology that would leave us with like over 10,000 different styles of ballots and types of ballots, because it would not just be someone in a specific order. We'd be randomizing them where they'd be throughout the list. They'd either come first just to look at order bias, because this field doesn't, from my research and what I've looked at, if we're looking at order bias, then people are going to tick off the first numbers of any ballot that they view. So if we only have 4 options, then, you know, there's 25% of the chance, I suppose, for the individuals at the top of each of those ballots. But it still doesn't preclude us from order bias. So has order bias been considered in the approach that staff are recommending? Not just alphabetical bias, but order bias.
Alina, is that something you can answer through your research?
Yeah, well, one thing I just want to clarify, the type of ballot that we're talking about, in terms of fairness for candidates, purely fairness, the best types of ballots are what we call randomized and rotated. And that, I think, is what the councillors are talking about. So that is, you randomly pick one candidate, then the rest of the ballot is ranked alphabetical, but you have as many versions of the ballot as you have candidates, but they're always listed alphabetically. It's just that you have the person on top is every time different in every ballot. So that is what we're talking about, and that's called rotated, not necessarily random. But if you combine random and rotated, then you have the kind of the ideal scenario for candidates, and that but you'd have as many ballots as you would have candidates, and that is, as far as I understand, at the moment not possible in terms of legislation in BC, if I'm correct, and it would have other costs of implementation, etc. Of course, that have to do with it, but it would be the most fair for candidates and reduce the ballot order effect the most.
And just to add to that, it'll be very, very confusing for voters as well. And you're asking for approximate costs. We can't really provide that at this time. You really need to see, how many candidates there are, and then in order to randomize, it will be according to that number. If council were to say we're going to have 10 different ballot styles and have them distributed randomly, we can probably give a better estimate on that.
Okay,
And that's
thank you
the
very
5.
much.
Okay. Thanks very much. Right. So we do have a couple of speakers. And I'll just check with the clerks to see if the speakers are available, council. I'm just looking here for the first name. There we go. We have Golak Budai. Is our first speaker. Is Mr. Budai on the line, clerks?
Amir, sir, no, he's not on the line.
Okay, thanks very much. The second caller is Ellen Woodsworth.
We're just patching her through.
Great, thanks very much.
Hello?
Oh, hi. You've got up to 5 minutes. Please go on this randomized ballot motion or a report from staff. And actually, if you could turn down your background, the council in the background, we're getting a bit of feedback.
Today on the line, thanks very much. The second caller is Ellen Woodsworth.
Hello?
Ms.
Hello?
Hi there. Hi. You're on, and you have your 5 minutes to
hear me?
speak to council. Yes, we can hear you. Could you turn down the council in the background, and that should probably make it easier for you.
The council in the background, we're getting a bit of feedback. Today on the
Ms. Woodworth, are you there? Woodsworth?
I can't hear any voices on my phone.
Clerks, can we help with this?
Sure, we'll connect with her. Hang on a second.
Okay, thanks.
We can hear you. Could you turn down the council in the background? That should probably make it easier for you.
I think you're getting both of us.
Ellen, are you able to hear us?
I just heard your voice because I'm watching council.
Yes, we can hear you. And if you could turn down your viewing of council, the whatever you're watching it on, that would probably help.
Ellen, are you able to hear me?
I can't hear you on my phone. I can hear you because I'm watching it on my computer. if you can hear me, we can proceed this way, but if there's a disjuncture.
It'll probably be best if you can hear us.
We can hear you, and if you could turn down your viewing of council, whatever you're watching on, that will probably help.
Is that better?
Yes, can you hear us at all?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to thank council for looking into these issues. I think there's a huge need to look at electoral reform, and Women Transforming Cities has been working on that. We had some questions in the Hot Pink Paper campaign of the 2014 and 2018 elections. Unfortunately, we weren't consulted on this, and it sounds like no one submitted anything from the Women's Advisory Council, the committee, which I don't think has been meeting, which is really unfortunate. Shall I continue?
Please do.
So I think that in terms of the research we have been doing around electoral reform, there's a real commitment by public to have some kind of electoral reform in place for the 2022 municipal elections. And I think the researchers have done a lot of really, really excellent work, although they didn't put a gender or intersectional lens on their work. I think, and that's not clear exactly why that wasn't done. I guess this perceived impartiality was probably at play here. But we have found that there's this need for some award system or PR, whatever can be accomplished by 2022 is critical. Community engagement is extremely important. More stations, which has been raised by a number of councillors, because when we look at the diversity of representation on councils, we can see the lack of disaggregated data that would tell us who ran, who lost, who won, and have it on a cumulative basis, because obviously right now we have a good representation of women, but not that good representation of diversity. And when we looked across Metro Vancouver, a municipality of over 20,000, the 126 mayor and councillors, there were only 13 non-white mayor or councillors. And just in terms of councillors, there were 53 women, so 48% of councillors were women, but only 11.8 were non-white. We think we support the random numbered ballot. Obviously, my name's Woodsworth. I lost the last election, and many people said to me, "We just didn't get down to your name, and we thought you were going to win the election, so we didn't go back and adjust the vote." We support the nomination period, though we had some of the concerns that Councillor Boyle raised around how would that work for people who are juggling both paid and unpaid work. But we decided that it would actually give people more weekends to campaign in. In terms of candidate nominations, we thought that 75 were excessive. This is a democracy. Everyone has a chance to run for election. Requiring 75 nominations might work with someone who's well established as a councillor or in a party or in a professional organization. But finding 75 people to nominate you is not as easy as it sounds, and we thought a smaller number, perhaps 50, would be more appropriate for nomination for council. So these were some of the comments that we wanted to make to this motion, and we thought that the notion of going forward with more community consultations, putting that gender intersectional lens on all the work would fit really clearly with what it's showing for us, that there's a minimum level of participation. We don't know how many people actually run or were consulted who were women, and we need that gathering of disaggregated data.
Thank you so much. You do have questions, Council. It is 11:55, so we have a break at noon. Councillor DeGenova, I have you on a list for questions to the speaker.
Thanks very much, Ms. LaForce, and thanks for taking the time to come out and speak to Council. My question for you is you had talked about making it more accessible for candidates in the election. What about making it more accessible for people who are voting in the election? I was wondering if you had anything also to say about that when we look at sort of the way that the ballot is proposed. Do you see that possibly taking longer for people to be able to find those that they want to vote for on the ballot? I mean, you've experienced this in the policy work you do, and also personally, and I appreciate you sharing your experience.
I think that there are clearly the need for supports, more stations, assistance with people who have difficulty with language, who have difficulty with accessibility issues. I think the numbering of the ballots and I think ensuring people have their number as soon as possible will actually address some of those concerns, because if the city is not going to translate the names, then people need to have the number so they can go into the ballot and look for the number. And in terms of putting stations where it's easily accessible to public transit, easily accessible to childcare centers, places where people who might not be able to easily vote because they're running between paid work, unpaid work, and other family commitments are all important considerations. And I think that we need to amplify and, as one of the researchers said, deepen democracy in the city, especially at a time like this when people are feeling so alienated from each other and feel like they cannot participate in the community in the ways they have in the past. And this may continue.
Thanks so much. Do you feel that if there's a random ballot, it should be all different possible randomized orders? Or are you satisfied with the 4 randomized orders that are proposed in this report?
I did hear Councillor Weeb's suggestion. Unfortunately, I think that having one randomized ballot with numbers is the most equitable way to provide understanding of where someone is on the ballot, because if it's completely you start at C at once in one ballot and X in another ballot, then if people are having trouble with language, how are they going to have that accessibility to understanding where their candidates are? So I think, aside from the financial implications of that or the legal possibility of that, I think the proposal before you is the best.
I was going to ask you if you thought we should have 2 options for alphabetical and also for randomized, but I see that I'm at time. So maybe you'll answer that in your next answers, but thanks very much.
Yeah, I can't have. Yeah, you can't have the 2 options. I think if you're going to be democratically fair, you need one option.
Just going to interrupt. We're at 11:59, Council. We do have questions from Councillor Swanson on the list, so I'll need a motion to extend. Just to finish the questions to the Thanks. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Weeb. All in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay.
So,
great. Thanks so much, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions here. I'll say them both at once. Do you think that doing this random ballot with numbers is actually going to solve the problem of having like 71 council candidates? And what would be the ideal electoral system for you?
Well, I think that we need some type of a ward PR system, something that we can put into place before the 2022 election. And if it's not as much as I would like, which is in the long term, I think we need PR, but it's a step towards PR. So that's, I think, the ideal. I don't think people have the right to run for elected office. That's a basic principle of democracy, I think. I think cutting down, if you want to enable people to run for office, you need not to put obstacles in their way, even though some people will be running for the wrong reasons or superficial reasons.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for speaking.
Thanks for everybody taking the time, and I look forward as we deepen our engagement of all citizens and see a more representational council.
Thank you so much. That is it for questions, Council. We don't have any other speakers to Council, so we'll break for lunch now. Return in camera at between 1 and 3 p.m. Then come back for 2 more hours to complete the Council business. Just to remind you, we've a number of we still have to finish this item, and I do notice there's a number of amendments that are proposed to the report. We do have the held reports. We do have to refer we still have to go through bylaws, and we have members' motions, inquiries, and other matters. So just we're checking to see when our next meeting would be if we don't finish all our business today. So thanks, Council. We'll see you in camera at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Tina?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, over and out.
Okay. I don't see my
I'll talk via Jabber and then I will get back to you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so we've heard from all the speakers, Council, on the report regarding the ballot order. And so I guess we need to move the motion now.
So moved.
Thank you,
Move the
Councillor
motion,
Hardwick.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Right, and I had Councillor Hardwick, and I had, is that a seconder, Councillor Kirby-Young?
I think I was the mover and Councillor Hardwick was the second, but I heard.
No, Councillor Hardwick was a mover. And you're going to second? Anybody
I
can
believe
second.
I moved it. It was, I heard it quite clearly, Mr. Mayor.
No, I heard Councillor Hardwick move it.
I understand that. I'm just sharing.
So do we have a seconder for this?
Fine,
So we
I'll
can.
second it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so.
Yes, I just said, can you hear my audio? Okay.
Yep, I'm good. I heard you. And
Mr.
so
Mayor,
we're
can
on
you
to
hear
the
my
main
audio
queue.
okay? Just checking.
I can hear your audio fine. We're on to Councillor Hardwick. If you'd like to speak to this, you can go ahead. If not, we're on the queue now for, if you'd like to speak to this motion, just put yourself on the queue.
I will pass on. I'll pass on that.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. I think you cleared the queue and.
No, I moved queues. We are on the question queue, and then once it's moved and seconded, I move over to the main queue, and that's where I am now, and you're second on the list, Councillor Kirby-Young. So we have Councillor Fry. Up to 5 minutes for debate and decision.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I submitted an amendment to the clerk, so maybe if we can just move right over to an amendment queue. I do appreciate the work that has gone into this. I did have one concern with the language in recommendation C. So have we pulled up that? Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to refer recommendation C back to staff to work on this a little bit. As this council will remember, it was about this time last year that I introduced a motion that was seconded by Councillor Bly and supported unanimously by this council to advocate further at UBCM to add additional amendments to the Local Election Campaign Finance Act, specifically around third-party finance rules. That recommendation was adapted and adopted as a special resolution by the UBCM, Special Resolution 3, which has been passed on to the province, and we expect some kind of response within a matter of weeks. The challenge with this, and I will acknowledge Robert Matass and the Independent Election Task Force for highlighting this to me. The unintended consequences of the language around extending the nomination period without considering extending, essentially extending the campaign period and the coverage of the third-party finance regulations could be leave us open to a lot of unintended consequences. So if we'll remember back to the 2018 election, we had the giant Hector Bremner billboard. We had attack ads at mayoral candidate Ken Sims and our current mayor, Kennedy Stewart. And these were all anonymous third party that didn't have to be disclosed because of the loophole that was then in the local election campaign finance. So this is asking staff to go back. Let's see what the province says to our UBCM ask. Make sure we get this right. Because of course we don't want to see us in another situation where we have unfettered access by third parties to skew election campaigning. So of course, just to clarify, if we have a nomination period that's open 89 days ahead of the 29-day mandated third-party election financing rules, then we have a big chunk of time where there'll be unfettered access to spending a lot of money. Just recently, the Canby report highlighted the BC Renters Project that have been splashing a lot of money around, and they find it through Facebook tracking. So there's a Facebook disclosure piece that talks about how much money people spend on advertising, and they spent over the matter of months. So again, an anonymous lobby group spent over $40,000 within a matter of months to influence the 2019 election outcomes. So highlight that all here and submit the amendment.
Thanks so much. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, moving us to an amendment queue. Somebody like to speak to this? Please put yourself on the amendment queue. Okay, I've got Councillor Boyle. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'm just hoping through you I can ask a point of information of the clerk, I suppose, wanting to get a clearer sense of it feels like a bit of a chicken or egg situation, I guess, here about what we do first with the goal that both of these would happen at the same time. So I'd be interested to hear if this language, the amended language, moves us slower in that direction or feels appropriately cautious given the I think important concerns about these changes lining up at the same time.
So perhaps you could restate that just slightly. Again, this is kind of a political decision for us, and the clerks have been giving us technical information. So is there more of a technical question for the clerks?
Yeah, the technical question, I guess, is around the speed at which this change is made. So would the amended language alter the speed of bringing back a report or making necessary changes in time for 2022?
Okay, thank you. Over to the clerks.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, the timing-wise, we would be working with the province. So it's yes, what you're saying is true. Either we move forward with the council decision first and present that to UBCM and the province, or either way, we have notified the province of the intent to ask for this change, so they are aware. So I'm comfortable with the language being proposed. We can make that work if the province is heading that direction.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And so I will just say I'm very happy to support this and appreciate Councillor flagging the concern of these changes being made at the same time so that we don't have an unintended consequence of dark money floating around more so than it does already. So happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm very happy to second this and support it. I think that it's in. I thank Councillor Fry for really finding that, a little bit of a glitch where we could have an extended campaign period without the transparency of reporting on third-party advertising, and I think it's in the very best of public interest, and I think the public is very concerned about that reporting. So, and happy to hear that the clerk can work with this. So, yeah, it's a good change from my point of view.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm torn on this one. I appreciate and support the alignment with sort of the transparency of the financial disclosures, and I think that's something that has been a consistent theme at Council in terms of transparency. So I applaud that, and that was one concern that stood out for me in the report, and I appreciate Councillor Fry's amendment from that perspective. So I think that's important. My one sort of concern and consideration that I'm wrestling with is with respect to the extended or the sort of the earlier deadlines in general, having been a former park board candidate and recognizing that we're making decisions for 3 different slates here, although it's one body having the deliberation, it's sometimes quite a different consideration for a candidate that might be considering throwing their hat in the ring for school board or park board, because they often have other employment and other obligations, and it's quite a big decision to make, and to also signal earlier on to your employer, for example, that you're taking your life in this direction, and it can be challenging with people concerned that you're going to be splitting time and balancing life decisions. And I think that having the additional time has enabled some people that really needed some time to sort of do some research, understand, and see how an election was shaping up, to feel comfortable in putting their names forward. And so I'm trying to think of all 3 slates in the context as we make that decision. And so that's my concern in general about moving it up, not with this amendment in terms of aligning with the financial disclosures, but just in general that an earlier process may actually preclude some candidates from having that necessary time to talk to people, get a sense of who else is running, talk to parties they may or may not want to be affiliated with, and just get a better sense of the lay of the land. And particularly in the summertime, if this process was to complete by the end of July, August is a very difficult month to have engagement. And I mean that sort of from the candidate's perspective too, not specifically for campaigning, but just to get out and just engage with other people who have done it before and for them to have support. And I think the point was really was a really good one in terms of making sure that we can get good, diverse people coming into the fray. So I'm a little torn on that perspective, and I wanted to offer and share those thoughts with council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Yeah, and I won't take that long. Only to thank my colleagues for thanking me for bringing this forward, but I just want to reel it back and give real credit to Robert Matass reaching out to me on behalf of the Independent Election Task Force. And I guess that really underscores the importance of a group like the Independent Election Task Force, but it was them who highlighted this for me. And it seems quite obvious now, but I probably would have missed it had they not brought it to my attention. So I just want to reflect back that this is coming with thanks to Robert Matass and the Independent Election Task Force.
Thanks. Councillor D'Amato.
Thanks, Mayor. In brief, I'm supportive of the amendment, and largely because I think it was unanimously supported the consideration around more transparency around reporting of third-party advertising. And I think if we want to continue to build confidence in the public sector, in our electoral system, in our democratic system, then more transparency is better. And so I think that trying to make sure there's some alignment here is vital. And so supportive of this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking here, I don't see anybody else on the list, so I can call a vote on this if folks want to go to their voting queue. Just waiting for Councillor DeGenova and Councillor Hardwick. If you need a vote assist, just let me know. Councillor Hardwick.
Vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova. I don't actually see Councillor DeGenova on the list.
Mayor Stewart, we don't see Councillor DeGenova on the line.
And I don't know if she has returned yet from the... So I'm a bit torn as if we pause the voting because I actually don't know if she rejoined council.
We didn't see her at the start of at the reconvene.
Okay, so I'll take that as a not present as opposed to technical difficulties. So thank you. Okay, so council, that has passed unanimously. And I'm going to go back to the main queue. So Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes left. Anything else?
Nope, that's good for me. Thanks, Mayor. I do appreciate the work that staff have put into this report on the whole. And I'm supportive of the random ballot process and the amendments that provide.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I believe this is the original queue. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
We're on the main queue.
So we're just now speaking to the amended amendment or the report of...
Yep, the first queue is the question queue, and now moved and seconded, we're on the main queue, and this is 5 minutes to for debate and decision. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have an amendment that I've submitted to the clerk. And while they're bringing that up, and I circulated it to council in advance yesterday, and then again earlier today. This one really sort of is responsive to the comments and the feedback that came through the consultation, including the advisory groups, that one of the challenges that was expressed with the ballot was the sheer length of it. And it was interesting to read a comment from the vendor that we had. I think it was characterized as the longest ballot in Canada, 153 total candidates. And so there was some qualitative feedback and commentary that came in, I think, through that focus group session. And otherwise, it suggested that one opportunity was strengthening the eligibility requirements for candidates. And one of the ones that we have that is a non-financial measure, I think that without increasing fees, it doesn't provide a financial barrier to participation, would be increasing the number of signatories there. And I know that that was a bit of a judgment call, as we heard expressed by staff, but I think that it also provides candidates with a realistic kind of exposure to what it's like running for elected office. And I think that, you know, you do need to engage with a number of people, and this is something that you would want good electeds to be able to do, is to be able to have that engagement with that level of people. So, and it could work to sort of perhaps whittle down the list a little bit from candidates that may not have been as serious when there was such a low number of the current 25 signatories. So I'm looking to strike the balance there. And that was the spirit of this one, is that it would address, while we're having a conversation about the random ballot and the pros and cons of alpha and random, for clarity, that one of the key issues that was identified was the length of the ballot. And so I thought that setting the threshold a little bit higher made sense as one possible way to contribute to addressing that issue. So I'm proposing the amendment that goes to 100 qualified nominators for councillor candidates and 200 for mayoral candidates, as you can see there.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Hardwick.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, thank you. We're on the queue. If anybody would like to speak to this one. I don't see anybody on the queue. So we'll, oh, I do see Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, go ahead, up to 5.
Yeah, I think I will be voting against this. I think that the staff did a great job in bringing us 75, which is 3 times the current number and 4 times the mayoral candidate. I think we do have an issue here in the city of Vancouver of getting diverse and new candidates to be part of the process, and I don't want to make it as harder, recognizing that I think it's already a level up. And I think if we can see how it works for this election, then we can look in the future of raising it if that's something we want to do. But I do want to follow staff's recommendations. I think it's a good balance.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer to keep it at the 75, just so more people who are interested in being involved in politics will have a little bit easier time of it.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Well, ironic much. We just heard about how we had the longest ballot in the country and in history, and we're looking at ways to make this a more reasonable process. And if you can't get 100 people as a councillor and 200 people as a mayor to sign on your behalf, how do you expect to win 50,000 or more votes in an election? These numbers do not seem prohibitive to me. I asked this question earlier of staff because and the consultant, because I examined the chart that compared the different numbers from different jurisdictions and whether or not they were ward systems or at large. And so it seems to me that based on all of those considerations, that the numbers of 100 and 200 are certainly reasonable. And if you're going to go and get people to vote for you, certainly should be able to get that many people to sign their names on the dotted line. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and I'm similar to Councillor Hardwick. I think that if we're the threshold to even get elected is so high with the number of votes that are needed, that this doesn't seem especially onerous if we're going to be really trying to narrow the field to serious candidates. And as we will recall from the 2018 election, a multitude of candidates made it really difficult to do a lot of the stuff like all candidates debates and stuff. And I think it did a disservice to all the candidates who were attempting to participate. But I do, Mayor, have a question of the clerk through you, if I may. Yeah?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So my question is, now I don't consider this especially onerous. However, should we find ourselves still in a pandemic this time next election, is the process available so that that nominees or nominating signatures could be collected electronically? Does this have to be an in-person signature collection?
Over to the clerk.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Fry, through the mayor. We will follow the same process that the other municipalities who have delivered by-elections during the pandemic, in the province as well, in the last provincial election. So we will look at what methods they've used and likely request to adopt the same methods.
So does that mean yes, likely? I don't know what they did. Was that there COVID-friendly opportunity for folks to collect signatures?
I'm not 100% on that, so if council's okay with me giving the response later on, once I confirm that with staff, that's okay?
That's okay with me. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And we've got Councillor Dominato now, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't need 5 minutes. I'm just happy to support the amendment. I think the threshold is reasonable that's being proposed, the increase to 100 and 200 signatures. And I think you know, in considering this, what I personally want to ensure is that we don't have financial barriers to participating in our electoral system, our democratic system. So this is a reasonable is just slightly increasing the number of signatures required to make your submission. I think is reasonable and keeping the fees the same. And so I'm supportive of this. Happy to support.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick.
That's a holdover to my earlier
Okay.
remarks.
Thanks, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just would like to add to what I've heard from the debate so far, and that is that the argument to vote against this amendment or in favor is not whether there's merit in getting more signatures than 25. I think what we're trying to consider here is the merit in whether the proposed amendments substantively improve staff recommendations. And staff have already recommended a significant higher number than the original bylaw, which is 75 from 25 and 100 from 25, which makes a significant difference to both council candidates and mayoral candidates in terms of legitimacy of running. But I think Councillor Fry's question around electronic signatures is one that I had also. And if somebody is found a mechanism to seek 100 signatures, they could easily seek 500 if the electronic signatures will be allowed in the next process, which we don't have an answer to. So I'm agnostic to these amendments for those reasons, but I'm also mindful that we are trying to run really efficient meetings, and we have a lot on deck to get through before 5. So my filter by which I'm looking at these amendments is it a dramatic improvement to staff's recommendations? And I'd have to say no. So I'll likely abstain or vote against for that reason. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd just like to say a few things on this. So if I could turn the chair over to Councillor Kirby-Young, if you're able to.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thanks very much. And I'll just start my timer. I don't think I'll be, oh, the clerks have. Yeah, so I'll be voting against this amendment and the staff recommendation for a couple of reasons. I mean, I've always thought that it should be easier to get into politics. It's okay if you're an incumbent or you've been in it before, but if you're a brand new person getting in, it's quite intimidating. And really increasing the number of signatures advantages incumbents and also political parties. So for me, I think we should keep the thresholds low, and so that's why I'll be supporting. I'll be voting against the amendment and asking to sever the staff report and not voting for that part of the report. So that's all I wanted to say, and happy to take the chair back.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, and that's it for speakers on this amendment. And so I'll call the vote.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
If you could vote, mark me in favor. My
Okay.
panel, I'm just reloading it. Thank you.
Thanks. And let's see now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has passed with Councillor Bly, Weeb, Swanson, and myself in opposition. Okay, so we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have 2.5 minutes. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll speak to the main motion at this point and say that I really appreciate the report back and the work by staff. It's, you know, how people participate in our democracy is fundamental and really important. And I'm sort of grateful for the analysis, and I think it's always important to look and verify. There isn't sort of a perfect system, and I think we have to recognize and be honest that there are order biases in any ballot whenever you are using one version. And I was quite interested earlier on when we had discussions last year And we've had a couple of different reports on this, and we had the original election kind of dissection report, and then we had the motion they brought forward, and now we're having this discussion. And I was quite interested in the notion of having maybe, sort of the academic side of your background truly randomized and having multiple versions of ballots. But I do really appreciate the need for balance between fairness for candidates and ease of use for the public. And so I think that the addition of numbers to a random ballot, which is what I'm, to be clear, I'm supporting the staff recommendation of sticking with a random ballot, and the addition of numbers provides that balance in terms of user friendliness for the public. I am cognizant that there are cultural considerations to specific numbers, and no system will be perfect. But I think that it strikes the best balance within the tools that we have currently right now. And I also think that I'm grateful. I appreciate the discussion on the amendment in terms of the number of signatures, because I am conscious that we have a very long ballot, and I think that one contributing factor, and it's always difficult to quantify this, the amount of research available for low voter turnout last time was not just a random ballot, but I heard a lot and almost more was just the sheer volume of candidates to learn about. There's so many, it was almost overwhelming, and people started to do their research, and we're trying to be keen and good citizens, and then it just became overwhelming and a lot to read about. I'll also kind of acknowledge Councillor Fry's comment that there were some candidates who clearly were not serious candidates and really disrupted some of the debates and the real opportunities to actually engage and hear from the public and hear from the diverse candidates. And I think that was a shame. And so, I'm trying to strike the balance here in terms of those recommendations. So I do support the random ballot. I do support the addition of the order, support the increased signatories. I'm leaning towards asking to sever, not supporting recommendation C, simply considering, I think, our school board and park board slates, that it really is a big decision. It's oftentimes a stepping stone for someone to get involved in politics the first time. They have to make choices about balancing their work to be able to do that. They're very, they're not making a living on those jobs. And it often has an impact on how they're perceived and their ability to earn and support themselves and make a living, and how they're able to sort of signal that and to get their lives in order. And I've had that experience personally. But other than that, that's sort of where I land on it. And I also recognize too that these are asking for charter changes, and charter changes can take a while. So we have to be realistic that we may or may not get this in time for the next election, but hopefully we will, in terms of the pieces that do require that charter alignment. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I, through you, ask a question to staff?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, great. So I'm wondering if the preparatory work that staff did to enable voters to become really educated about the candidates and be able to prepare their own ballot, like take the time to go through. It was all done online on our website. You could print out the ballot where you selected names, and if you're planning to do that again.
Over to the clerks.
Yes, through the mayor, Councillor Curry, yes, absolutely. That's one of some the new initiative that we did in 2018 that we will bring back again. And we're also trying to provide more education to candidates. So have a bit more, as last year, we had the candidates 101, the last time, candidates 101 forum. So we'll continue with looking for improvements to provide as much information as possible.
Okay, that's great, because that everybody told me that did it that was super helpful. Okay, so the goal I think really that we're looking at here is to make sure that our elections and process is as fair as possible. But underlying that, I really believe that a goal has always been within the city to try and increase voter turnout. So I've kind of got some mixed feelings about this because this random ballot did not make it easier for people to vote. So anything we can do to mitigate that, I think, is important. People found the ballot difficult. They've reported that to us. Even the survey we did for this, even though it was a very small survey online, fewer people, just 30-something%, said that they preferred this random ballot, and more people did prefer the alphabetical one. So there's a lot of mixed feelings about this. And I do recognize that numbering the names is a way in which we can, according to at least the advice we've received from people with disabilities committee, seniors committee, racial equity committee, say that this could be an improvement. I have concerns that maybe there's a bias in that and the numbering, but if it's going to help in terms of the fairness of the election from a voter's point of view, I think that I can support it. I uh, do also really like the increase in the number of nominators. I think we had a lot of people running. There were lots of all candidates meetings. And I really think the engaged citizenry and public out there that put on those all candidates meetings, and some of them had all the candidates, or as many as possible could fit in a room. Amazing process. But I think having listened to a number of those people debate that, that's I'm it, I found it sometimes difficult to understand, the why they were running. It might have been just one very particular issue, but some of them, it was there was a sort of a charade almost of what was going on. So I think the increased numbers is a good idea. Totally, though, in my mind, the fact that we will continue with the public engagement and provide that opportunity for people to do a mock ballot will mitigate the concerns I have around the difficulty of many people with the ballot itself and understanding it. So I will support, and I'm very appreciative of the change made by Councillor Fry in terms of ensuring the transparency in terms of reporting around financing. So yeah, I will support.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Carr that we need to make it easier for people to vote, and we need to make it easier for people to participate as candidates. So I'm going to ask when the voting comes that we sever this. I think the real problem that we have is that we have an enlarged system, and that's why we had 71 council candidates in the last election. And some of us have been working to try and bring forward to get consensus on some sort of motion we could bring forward for a ward system or for a proportional rep system that is actually the real solution to this problem of having such large and huge confusing ballots. The main problem is that we don't have enough votes for this yet. So I'm continuing to work on it. I don't think we can fix the problem of a long ballot with an at-large system. And it was interesting to me that the ward system was actually one of the 4 recommendations in the report that the staff commissioned for this council meeting. So you can't look at the ballot in isolation. Now, I don't think that a randomized ballot is fair. Your last name is usually a matter of chance, just like the order in which you draw a number. So the real solution, again, is a ward system or a pro-rep system. Extending the campaign time is hard on potential candidates. Fewer people will be able to take the extra time off their jobs or whatever they have to do. So I'm thinking probably no to a longer campaign period, no to getting more names, and yes to putting numbers by the ballot, because in the interim that'll make it a little bit easier. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Hardwick next, up to 5. You're on mute, I think.
Thank you. I've been studying political behavior for many years academically, and there is no question that an alphabetical ballot has always provided an advantage to people in the ABCs at the top of the ballot. There has been also a ricochet effect from the bottom for people with surnames starting with Z, but that's a whole nother story. But this is generally accepted in political science. So debating whether or not it happens, I think is not time well spent. So I agree with the random ballot. I think it's the right and most fair thing to do. I'm interested in the numbering antidote to try and make it easier for people to find people through adding numbers, and whether that will have any measurable impact. As the consultant said, there isn't enough evidence out there one way or another. It's been used in a couple of jurisdictions, so we don't know, but intuitively it sounds like a good idea. Um, Increasing the number of signatures, I think, is the right thing to do, for the reasons that we've discussed. A seriously long list of names, it takes, last go round was really unnecessarily complicated, but it was a change election. And I think a lot of people felt that they wanted to take advantage of that and get the names in there. But if you're going to run, you really need to know that you're able to build a community behind you. And that can happen without political parties, I would suggest. For people that are members of their community and their neighborhoods, finding 100 signatures is doable and shows commitment. And for the mayoral role, 200, well, if you're going to try for the top job, you should be prepared to go out and get that number of signatures. I agreed with Councillor Fry's remarks about being able to get signatures digitally. Surely if we can be doing our banking and signing legally binding agreements online, we can find ways of dealing with digital identity authentication. Finally, the term of lengthening the term. I've been ambivalent about that. I hadn't thought about the impact on people being prevented from staying in their jobs, as has been stated here. That's something that does give me pause. But finally, I am relieved that we haven't suggested increasing the cost of participation. I think that would have shown socioeconomic bias and prevented people in a way that would have been inappropriate. But getting signatures of support, I think, is appropriate if you are going to stand up and give leadership in your community. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5. Might be on mute.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm just going to be sending in an amendment. It's an addition, and it's actually after hearing a lot of the discussion here. It's really influenced me to want to put something in that might be an option. I haven't put a date or a timeline around it, but I'm sending it into the council meeting amendments now. And it really looks at, and I want to speak about this from the experience that I think that there should be an option. I think that there's different ways we can look at ordering ballots. I think that we should also look to the experts, the science, the data, and fairness should be included, but also accessibility. And I don't think that we should have to pick one over another. I think that we should look at accessibility and voter participation. We've always had traditionally low voter turnout, especially in municipal elections. I think one of the reasons we saw such low voter turnout in the previous election was due to all of the elections that came so close to it, federal elections, provincial elections, and a council by-election that we also saw in the last term before this one. So I've moved an amendment. I'd like to move an amendment, Mr. Mayor, and I was hoping that maybe the clerk could bring that up. I did send it around to everyone. But it would be the council direct staff to consult with advisory committees and the public and report back to council on the option of providing each voter with an option of a ballot in alphabetical order or a ballot in a random order. And no one knows better than the voter, because I actually give the voter the credit that they will know who they want to vote for. But that being said, they can, if they feel that there would be an order bias, then they could choose. That being said, for someone who is nervous, who has accessibility issues, who doesn't want to maybe share that information, I think back to the conversation we had about plastic straws. And should people have to tell people why they need a plastic straw? No. voting and plastic straws aren't the same thing, but at the same time, I think accessibility is key. And being myself a person who, uh, you know, is who has dyslexia, um, I'm sharing that I think that for some people it does matter. More so being a former liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and also the granddaughter of someone who was legally blind from the age of 6 years old. I know that it also is about making that accessible and having a system that people do understand. Also, for those people who possibly don't speak English, and although numbers may help, I'm not sure that numbers will help the situation completely. So this offers some option and some choice for the voter. And I'd just like to hear back on sort of some of the consultation, especially with all of the advisory committees. I think that we should be putting all sorts of lenses on this. And it would be great to hear back from Women's Advisory Committee, from the advisory committees that perhaps could also provide some input on, the the lenses that we've discussed today. Also, racialized, having more participation from racialized people on Vancouver City Council and in civic government. So, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't sure if we'd moved to an amendment queue, but that's my amendment there.
We haven't yet, and I'm just going to check. I don't know the law exactly around this, so I am going to have to check with legal because this may be construed as giving people two ballots. I know that's not your intention, but I think we just need to check with legal first to make sure that it's not contravening anything in the charter.
And I did say the option. So sorry, Mr. Mayor, but thank you.
That's right. So, but they would have to be produced, right? You'd have to produce both types of ballots.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I will check with the clerks and legal and come back to council. Perhaps give me 5 minutes, and if it's longer than 5, I'll come back and let you know that it's longer. So we're looking at 3:50. Let's say 3:50 to come back. Thanks. This amendment is out of order for two reasons. The first is that it directly contradicts letter E would directly contradict letter A, and we can't have conflicting parts of a motion. So we'd have to really strike and replace A with E. But secondly, and probably more less easy to overcome, is that in the Vancouver Charter, what goes on the ballots under section 79 and 78, 79, and it says that 78 says unless a bylaw under section 79 is adopted, the names of candidates must be arranged alphabetically. And then 79 says we can make the change to make it random, but it doesn't say we can do both at the same time. So we have to pick one or the other, just the way that the charter is written. So that would mean this would, even if we adopted this, the clerk by law couldn't print both types of ballots. We have to pick the one we want to use. So I actually kind of like the idea, but it's not legal. So the motion's out of order. So Councillor Dejanova, did you have anything else?
I will then ask for A to be severed.
Okay. So A and B, just on severing. So we've asked it a couple of. We've had a few mentions of severing. Just so you know that A and B have to go together, and then C. So A and B has to be one vote. C is a separate vote, and then D would be another vote.
Thanks,
Right.
Mr. Mayor.
No
yes.
problem. Okay, Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks. I will be supporting these recommendations. I wanted to reiterate that it seems clear to me in this discussion and in the content of research that backs it up that the large challenges that we face in our local democracy here around a long list, but more importantly, I think around a low level of voter turnout and a lack of good substantive representation in our democracy, racial representation, representation of renters, and more. That those challenges require a lot more than just these recommendations, and that's clearly recognized in the report. That the types of changes we need in terms of engagement and in terms of electoral reform are really a big body of work for all of us to keep at. And in the meantime, the recommendations included in this report make sense to me as the steps that we can do in the context of this portion of the discussion, including slightly increasing the number of signatures and maintaining the sort of random unfairness of a randomized ballot versus the different unfairness of an alphabetized ballot. So I'm quite comfortable supporting these recommendations and also recognize the huge body of work to address those larger challenges that are really that is really still work in front of us. Thanks.
Thank you. And last on the list, I have Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And just to start, thank you to staff for the follow-up on the original motion around reviewing the random order ballot and the research that was undertaken around this. I think it's important. Briefly, just a couple of comments. I think we saw from the public feedback that people are very divided on. Many people still support the alphabetical model. Others support the random order ballot. It's perceived to be more fair. And I think through the research, it was demonstrated that it is more fair. I think what I want to acknowledge in that and what the researchers acknowledged today is that there is still potential for bias in that if your name is drawn and you appear at the beginning of the ballot, that actually could potentially change election results. And so I think that going forward, we do need to seek those amendments in the charter to enable multiple different versions of the ballots where you have a rotating order of the candidates, and that's something to strive for in this. So I just want to acknowledge I'm happy to support continuing, and I did support it when I was on school board when we was presented there as an option to move to a random order ballot. But I think what we heard today is there's still some limitations and potential for bias. And then the second piece I want to highlight, and I think was addressed by a few councillors, but I think was really underscored by Councillor DiGenova, is and to this point is the attention around accessibility and recognizing that for individuals who may have disabilities, learning disabilities, other limitations, language barriers, that the alphabetical ballot has been easier to use. The numbering, I think, will help, but I think we do need to, again, as we're pursuing charter changes, to be able to have the ability to offer people different options if they have a particular challenge they've identified or don't, and recognize they may not want to disclose that, but I think that we need to recognize that as part of the work that we're undertaking, and people's participation in our democratic system is the importance of accessibility. And so I really appreciate that being brought forward, and appreciate the attempt to make some changes coming up in the next civic election. So happy to support the report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I think that's it for speakers to this. Just pulling up the list here. There we go. Yep, I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to move us to a vote. And how we'll sever it is A and B have to be together as clauses, so we'll vote on AB first. Then we'll have a separate vote on C and a separate vote on D. So the first vote is going to be on, perhaps the clerks can pull this up. The first vote is going to be on A and B together. Just before we trigger the voting. Clerks, I can see it on the screen behind you, but not on the main council screen. Sorry, not on the screen, the public screen. There we go. Thank you. Just waiting for Councillor Swanson and Councillor Swanson. Okay, that has passed with Councillor DiGenova in opposition. And if the clerks can pull up the screen, we're going to go to the next vote, which is on Clause C. Okay, and that has also passed with Councillor Kirby-Young, Bly, Swanson, and DiGenova in opposition. And finally on D. Councillor Dominato and Councillor Boyle. Okay, and that has passed with Councillor Swanson and myself in opposition. Okay, Council, thanks very much, and thanks to the clerks for the great work on that. And now we are at 4 o'clock, Council, with an hour left in this meeting. We are moving to the reports that were held, and I'm just looking at the list of what was held. Right, so we have speakers as well, Council. So the Downtown Eastside Special Enterprises Pilot Program. Clerks, that's the next report that we're looking at?
Mayor Stewart, yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thanks. So we have speakers too, so.
Mayor Stewart, it's Paul Mokry here, acting city manager. If I may, staff have a presentation on this report, but in view of your time, I would offer to forego that unless council is interested in seeing it.
Okay, thanks. How I usually do it is if anybody would like to see it, then we see it. So is there anybody on count? We do have speakers to this too. I see Council Hardwick has her hand up, so I'll take that as we'd like to see the report. It's the same. I do the same at public hearings too. So just so folks know, and we do have some speakers. So if staff wants to go ahead with their report, that would be great.
We will do that. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor,
Council. This is Neil Roshowi, AD of Community Planning, and it's a pleasure to introduce this item to you this afternoon. The initial idea of the Special Enterprise Program originated from a request to Council in about 2018 from the Chinatown community to declare Chinatown a special economic zone to assist with economic revitalization. In response, staff undertook a number of studies that explored the underlying issues, and these studies have all shown how the economic challenges in the downtown east side, including in Chinatown, have continued to grow despite city-led efforts to date. Indeed, it has become clear that undertaking a strategic intervention is needed to counter the loss of business capacity, the lack of affordable space, and displacement of community-serving businesses. And now this is new but very much necessary territory for Vancouver to enter if we are to sustain the community-based assets that form the foundation of these neighborhoods. So the Special Enterprise Pilot Program, being initiated as a partnership between ACCS and PDS, is an innovative response to these local economic challenges. Its goal will be to strengthen the many social, cultural, and economic assets critical to the well-being of downtown Eastside residents. This new approach will require the support of our external partners, including foundations and senior levels of government, if it is to realize its full potential. Staff has always remained committed to work with our partners so that the benefits of the program can reach those who need them most. And with that, I would like to introduce Jose Fernandez Garcia, who will now lead the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neil. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jose Fernandez Garcia. I am the Community Development and Economic Planner with the Downtown Eastside Planning Team. I am here today to present the proposal for a pilot of the Special Enterprise Program in the Downtown Eastside. This pilot is a partnership between planning, urban design and sustainability, and arts, culture, and community services. On the phone, we have staff from these departments who will be able to answer your questions after the presentation. Recommendation A in this report seeks the approval of the Downtown Eastside Special Enterprise Pilot Program. Recommendation B seeks the approval of $500,000 to advance objectives of the proposed program under 3 areas. Continuation of the community serving retail in Chinese Benevolent Society Buildings project, capacity building and mentorship for businesses, nonprofits, and social enterprises, and improve access to affordable, vacant, or underutilized spaces in the Downtown Eastside. The source of funding is the Downtown Eastside Capital Grants funding under the approved capital project budget of 2021. This funding was approved by Council last December. As the Downtown Eastside community planners, we implement the policies of the Downtown Eastside Plan, build partnerships, and fund projects that aim to protect the many assets critical to the well-being of residents, particularly the most vulnerable. We heard through recent community engagements, such as the Downtown Eastside Community Fair in 2019, the Downtown Eastside Business Improvement Association Breakfast in 2020, and the ongoing work with the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, that there are many challenges in the neighborhood impacting the viability of small businesses and nonprofit organizations. These include increased vacancy, affordability of premises, permitting and regulations, maintenance, safety, and quality of the public space, and access to local employment. To answer your question, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm just pull up a queue here. Oh, lots of questions. First one, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I think this is an old.
Okay, I'm going to go through the queue. Thanks. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I have a more general question. It's not specifically referenced in this report work.
Can you pull your mic up a little closer to your mouth?
Sorry, how am I sounding
No
now?
problem. That's a little better.
Yeah, so it's not specifically referenced in this work, but I'm curious, with our understanding that the street market at 58 West Hastings, soon ground will be breaking for construction on that site, and I know that we're going to have challenges finding new locations for the street market. Has there been any contemplation around taking this opportunity and this kind of programming to move the street market indoors into one of the many vacant spaces that we have on the downtown east side right now.
Thank you very much, Pete Fry, for your Councillor Fry, for your question. I'm going to ask Mary Claire Sack, who is on the line, to see if she can answer that question.
Thank you. It's Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. And to your point, Councillor Fry, it would be an excellent idea to be able to have some space to move the market indoors or part of the market indoors. And we've already talked about this opportunity with the Downtown Eastside planning staff.
Well, that's fantastic. And that answers my question then. Thanks very much. Great job on this report. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there would be any stipulations about wages paid in businesses that use the help that's proposed by this program. Like, would there be a requirement to pay a living wage since we're supposed to be a living wage city?
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson, for your question. So what this is something that we could consider as part of this program. As I mentioned in the presentation, we are going to establish an advisory team who's going to be looking at potential applications or projects. And together we could, and also with the staff tech team, we could put the consideration of what kind of stipulations we can add to this program and require, some organizations to potentially add that as part of their plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Thanks very much. So I understand this is a 5-year pilot. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hardwick.
So the $500,000 that is contemplated in the presentation today is just for 2021, correct?
That's correct. We want to use the $500,000 to establish this program, phase 1.
Phase 1. So does that mean phase 2 and onwards, you'll be coming back to council looking for similar funds?
So that's a really good question. What we want to do is we want council to hopefully approve this funding, so we can start the phase 1 of the process to select the projects. What we want to do is once we identify the projects, we want to come back to council to present the recommendations of the advisory panel and seek your approval to allocate those funds to these projects. So we will be coming back to you to seek your approval for these projects.
Do you have any reservations about doing this at this time? I recognize that the funds were allocated within the approved 2021 budget. Just wondering about piloting new enterprises in a pandemic. Do you have any concerns?
I'm going to ask Tom Wanklin, my senior planner, to answer this question.
Good day, Mayor, councillors, Councillor Hardwick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The pilot program is intended to, as it says, try and assist existing enterprises and initiatives with a particular focus on those that are serving community needs in the area. To contemplate launching new enterprises is not really the thrust of this program, and it would need additional funding. We hope to be able to secure funding support in partnership with various foundations and also senior government.
So what if you don't receive funding from foundations or senior levels of government? Then what?
So if we don't, we come back to council and we discuss with council the way forward.
Okay, I have another question regarding the empty spaces. There is $200,000 allocated to that, to activation, as it was characterized. Could you elaborate on what activation of empty spaces means?
Jose, may I answer that? So, Councillor, if one goes into the extent of vacancies that exist in the downtown east side right now, we're talking about across the neighborhood an average of 30% vacancies. Some areas, particularly along Hastings Street, is higher vacancy. The study by Vancouver Economic Commission also identified in the industrial area there's some 200,000 square feet of vacant space.
But what does it mean by activated? I understand that there's vacant space. What I'm getting at is what does the word activate mean in practical terms?
In practical terms, working with the owners of those buildings to be able to renovate those spaces with them, to be able to assist them to locate suitable tenants, and to be able to, those tenants would be serving the needs of the community.
Okay, $200,000. How many activations? How are you going to spread that around?
It will have to start small. We understand the financial constraints that exist, but at the same time, for us to sit with hands folded and to do nothing, we believe is not the correct approach.
Okay. Well, then looking at the cost of activating space, will these activated spaces, which I believe means renovated, have to go through a city permitting process?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In addition, in many instances, we would be recommending matching funds, as we have already found with the Strathcona BIA project. A contribution from the city matched from a contribution from the owners brings the owners on board, makes them commit themselves to these spaces, and doubles the amount of funding available.
Okay, well, I'm out of time. I can see this, but I suggest the cost of the city permits is something that you might look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. Just a few follow-up questions. Has a pilot such as this been undertaken in other jurisdictions? And if yes, has it had a positive impact?
We studied San Francisco as an example, and found that what the San Francisco city government was doing was supporting so-called legacy businesses with limited funding based on the size of their employment base. And those businesses were able to apply each year for accreditation on condition that they fitted a certain description. The conclusion of the consultants that did the study of San Francisco was that the San Francisco approach was not actually going to achieve the outcomes that they were looking for. And they found the businesses in San Francisco were saying that if they could get help to build their capacity, to assist them with better business practices and with marketing, that would have been far better than assisting them with payroll. So that's one example of another jurisdiction that we have studied.
Okay, and were there any others beyond San Francisco?
Not beyond San Francisco, no.
Okay. I'm curious just around the contemplation of a 5-year pilot and because 5 years is a long evaluation period, and whether you considered maybe a shorter time frame so you could sort of see the look at your inputs, outputs, and then outcomes, and maybe do that over a short time period, a year or two, maybe a couple of years, as opposed to 5.
Yes, we initially considered 2 years, but the belief is because of such limited funding being available and the time that it takes, as contemplated by Councillor Hardwick, for permits and those requirements, we felt that it would be unrealistic to use a 2-year period because we would not be able to really make a difference in that time.
Okay. And maybe that's a conversation with our department around permitting and how we might sort of align that work. I guess my last question speaks to, you talked about in the presentation around monitoring, and what I'm largely concerned with is around accountability, the monitoring and accountability of a proposal like this. And tangibly seeing, is it going to have an impact? And so I guess I'm looking to get a better sense of the rigor around that. How are we going to know this is successful? How are we going, and what is that going to look like? And will that come back to council in a way that we can see that tangibly, and that these legacy enterprises are supported, and there's benefits to the neighborhood? Because we've been hearing, deep concerns within Chinatown and downtown East Side.
Yeah, we believe monitoring and evaluation of the investment of those funds is critical. Important in that is a baseline to be able to check back how best have we done. And the economic development team in PDS is just completing the baseline study of vacant premises in the downtown east, in fact, citywide, but the downtown east side figures are now available. So we would be reflecting back in terms of points like vacancies, but also a number of businesses that are still in operation down the line. And we believe that it would be important to use an independent organization to actually do the monitoring. And we would be sourcing those skills from a nonprofit organization that has expertise in monitoring and evaluation work.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my time.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Sorry about that. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks very much, and thanks for the presentation and the report. I'm also looking in ways to try and beyond this, but also considering this is a measure to help the economic prosperity in Chinatown. I'm wondering if staff, since the pandemic, have considered looking at the zoning of Chinatown and the changes that have been made, and any consultation around possibly amendments to those changes to further the needs of people in Chinatown, especially including small businesses, to help them with small business, number of other pieces of that. But just wondering if we're looking at that in tandem, just further to Councillor Hardwick's question, and the answers from staff, from Mr. Wanklyn.
I can say, Councillor, that Jose and the Chinatown Transformation team members work on a monthly basis, weekly basis with the Legacy Stewardship Group for Chinatown. And we are part of the working group on the economic and business side of things with the BIA and the Merchants Association, and our ongoing continuation of engagement with them about how to assist them with their heritage businesses in Chinatown. And they will possibly be speaking to this, but we understand from them that they are most interested, and I think they have written to council indicating their interest in this special enterprise program.
Okay. I was just wondering, aside from this, considering the 5-year commitment, we wouldn't wait 5 years. Is that correct, to consider other measures that could run in tandem with what staff is proposing here in the recommendations? Is that correct?
Absolutely, we would not wait 5 years. And I might mention that council has provided downtown Eastside capital funding towards various strategic projects over the years, amounting to the order of $8 million. And much of that funding has leveraged matching funds from grant recipients. And we are consistently looking for innovative ideas to improve the situation in the downtown east side.
Great, thank you very much. I'll just leave my questions there.
Great. Okay, thank you, Council. I don't see anybody else on for questions, and so guess we're going to move to accept the report recommendations. Can I have a mover for this?
So moved. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
Mayor
Seconder?
Stewart,
Yes.
we do have speakers on the line.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. Right. I'm just going to go to the speakers list here. Okey doke. That's standing committee. Sorry, I have too many emails in my box here. I'm trying to. There we go. Okay, so speakers, we have Michael Tan first. Michael Tan on the line, clerks.
Yes. Hi.
Hi there, Michael Tan. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to talk to council.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Tan. I'm a co-chair for the Vancouver Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group. We are a Vancouver City Council appointed committee comprised of 36 volunteer community stakeholders. Our role is advising council and working with city staff on policies projects related to conserving the unique cultural character of Chinatown for future generations and working towards a UNESCO World Heritage Site designation. I'm here to ask that Mayor and Council support the proposed special enterprise program and approve the pilot and approve the initial $500,000 in funding. As Mayor and Council have heard during the report, thank you again to staff, the SEP would provide support programs and services to heritage businesses, social enterprises, social and cultural nonprofits. You know, the very organizations that have been identified as essential to the intangible cultural heritage that exists in this special neighborhood. From the Chinese bakery where you get egg tarts, the dried goods store with its ginseng, or the societies that organize lion dance classes, the FEP pilot will provide a critical piece of infrastructure to these community organizations to ensure they have the support and resources to continue to provide these important linguistically accessible and culturally appropriate services to the neighborhood. If this pilot is not approved today, the already high vacancies in this community will further skyrocket, as you have heard, and we will lose more of the existing heritage businesses and organizations that make Chinatown so unique. As a financial executive in Vancouver's tech industry and having worked with companies, from mom and pops to global enterprise and scale, I can say firsthand you can only drive costs down so much. However, investments to drive capability and possibility, well, then the sky's the limit there. Teach a person to fish, as they say. As such, I urge Mayor and Council to support the proposed special enterprise program and approve the pilot and approve the initial $500,000 in funding. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments. I'm just checking to see if we have any questions from councillors. Councillor Dejanova, do you have a question?
That's a holdover, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Speaker. We don't have any questions for you. Oh, I have Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just have one quick question, and thanks, Mr. Tan, for all your work in Chinatown. I just wondered, can you just clarify, are you speaking formally today on behalf of the Chinatown Legacy you are very active in the community? Are you speaking also as Vice President?
Sorry, I got quite a lot of background noise coming from Mr. Tan's phone, I think.
Sorry about that. Let me mute myself there.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, could you repeat your question? I didn't hear it either. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to, first of all, I want to say thanks. I know that you're very active and you do a lot of work in Chinatown, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to confirm, are you formally speaking on behalf of the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group? I know you have different roles and you also serve as the Vice President of the Shaolin Society, for example. So I just wanted to confirm who you're representing today, formally.
I believe, so what we have, yes, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. In consultation with city staff and in accordance with, I believe the LSG terms of engagement, as co-chair, we are free to express what we believe is the consensus of the LSG, and I am speaking in that capacity, not my role as Vice President of the Shaolin Society. But that is also informs my experience as well.
Okay, so the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, to be clear, has formally endorsed this proposed program. Is that
what we? Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions, Mr. Tan. Thank you very much for calling in. We're going to move to our next caller. We have Sarah Blythe.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead
Hello.
up to 5 minutes. Hi there. We can hear you
Okay.
up to 5
Hi,
minutes.
how are you? Oh, thank you
Good.
so much. Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. This really sounds like a great project that staff has worked hard on, and we absolutely support it. I would ask that that it be some of the resources be prioritized by people most impacted initiatives that serve homeless, drug users, Indigenous peoples, women, and minorities. I do agree with staff that an activated space is better than an empty space for many reasons: break-ins, graffiti, stewardship of its space, keeping businesses active. Community, I've written down some notes, so it's a little bit chopped up here, but community groups continue to be squeezed out to make room for development. And just adding to what Councillor Fry said and about the downtown Eastside Market has been given notice for the end of the month, and which is going to put hundreds of people that have small businesses out back into the street, creating more issues like more street vending, people living in very severe poverty, not being able to buy, sell, and trade things, more garbage, all the things that this report wants to help people with. So I really think that, and to be honest, I'm hearing that maybe in 3 months this new spot would be found, but every day people need services down here, and this is a service where people can get face masks, information, they can get food. I spoke to a woman today who got out of an abusive relationship, and the market has given her, purpose in a community. So I'd love to see sort of an amendment that directs staff to find a suitable option. Not that I'm really in the position to do that, but maybe a councillor might be interested in looking at finding a suitable option for these folks before they have to leave that space. Where can they go? There really shouldn't be a gap. It will cost people and put people in a really severe poverty situation that I can't even bear to think. So, and people are literally crying to me every day. And we're talking about our most vulnerable populations, including a lot of people who don't speak English. And people with disabilities and drug, all kinds of stuff. And that I don't know if you're aware of, and that we really need to find a solution tomorrow for this. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I don't see questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again for calling in. We have Karen Ward is the third speaker.
Yes. Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Nice to have you on. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Sorry. Thank you. I want to first say it's really great to be able to see that this program is finally coming to council for approval, and I hope you do. A couple of things I want to just say, partly to underline what Sarah just said, is that things are very bad down here, and I'm relieved to see that there's going to be activation of empty storefronts, but it's heartbreaking to see these empty storefronts, empty space, when there's people literally sleeping, living, and dying in front of them outside. We really, the sense of urgency that's needed to address this is just not happening on any level. And I know all too well that the multitude of government agencies and levels of government and everything that was involved in maintaining the downtown east side. I know that all too well, but we need to think of ways to, if we're going to talk about community serving businesses, we need to actually think of it. I do think we need to think wider about using our space to serve the community that exists, not the one that maybe existed a few years ago, but the one that's here now. And it's different. It's in bad shape all around, and we don't have time. We don't have very much time. So I think that, and why are people sitting on the street? Why are things so bad? Why do things seem to be falling apart? People have nowhere to go. So I'd suggest one thing, if I may suggest, is for the city to use its abilities to take a few of these spaces, these storefronts. The city can use these and rent them itself, and then use these as places where people can connect. We always talk about connecting to services beyond ourselves, but there's nowhere to go to make those connections. Respite spaces, just simply spaces to charge your phone, make a phone call, find out where you need to go. These are essential, and we don't have them. So let's use these spaces as creatively as we can, and let's use all of our public spaces that way too. Because otherwise, I don't see how we can get through. I don't want to get through this to go back to normal, because normal is how we got here. I want to get beyond this and change, and we need to change. We got to start now. Thanks.
Thanks so much for your thoughts. And there are no questions for you from council, so just want to thank so much. And all right, council. So that's it for registered speakers on this item. And so we are now going to move to. So we need somebody to move the motion, the staff report.
So moved, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I think I heard Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Fry second.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Great. So I'm moving to the main queue. Folks want to talk about this? Okay, Councillor Swanson, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes. You're on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, sorry. I sent an amendment basically following up on what Sarah Bly asked for to council asked staff to find a suitable spot for the street market before it has to leave.
Okay. Thanks for that. So I guess we're,
I think it's pretty hard to underestimate the impact of not having a street market on that community. As Sarah said, people will have to sell stuff someplace. It will be out on the street. It won't be a one single place where they can get some of their needs met, like food, like masks, and it's just something that's so important, especially during COVID.
I totally understand and sympathize with what you're talking about here. As chair, I just have to, of the meeting, I just have to make sure that the amendments and motions we debate are in order, and I am going to have to check this. So I will just put council on pause. So if you give me 5 minutes, council, bring us back at 4:45. I'm going to rule this one out of order because the way it is, the way the street market works is that we don't really have control over the land on which the street market is situated. So the way the motion is worded is it directs staff to find an option for the street market before it has to close. We do know that staff has been working really hard, and that's something that we can, of course, move on. However, we can't do anything to prevent the market from closing because it's on land that's not owned by us. So I'm going to. So the ruling is under 8.7F. That essentially incorrect or frivolous would cover this because we can't do it.
Mr. Mayor, point of procedure, Councillor DeGenova.
Yep. Sure. Point of procedure. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I note that it's 11 minutes to 5 p.m. and I was wondering if I could possibly extend to finish this item and then move the rest of this business to a council meeting directly following the standing committee meeting tomorrow.
I think what we've been talking to the clerks with, just to outline
Sorry,
this.
just trying to help.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, it's thanks. So we will need a motion to recess and reconvening probably tomorrow night at 6 p.m. It does look like our standing, we have a very long in-camera meeting tomorrow. We don't have as much business on the standing committee, so it does look like we'd be able to finish by 6 p.m. So perhaps we could do this, Councillor DeGenova, if you have your motion to extend that we finish this item, that would be a first one, and then folks can think on the second motion. So we have a motion to extend to finish this business. Do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato, I think. So I'll do yeas and nays. All in favor, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much. So we are extended. Councillor Swanson, I seem to have not stopped your timer by accident. Did you have anything else on this item, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I don't think it has to be that it stays, that the street market stays on that site. The city could open up a street, for example. I know it's got a lot of complications, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Oh, I agree, and I think that's probably being looked at as just the wording of the amendment. So is there anything else on this particular report?
No.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Marion. Thanks to staff for work on this, and thank you to the speakers, Mr. Tan, of course, for the work going on in Chinatown, and I know that this has been an opportunity that's been discussed at length, and I think that we're seeing this actualized, and of course, some of the work that's been going on with the Strathcona BIA on the edge of Chinatown there, and to the points raised by Sarah Blythe and Karen Ward, I think that it's an important reflection when we look at there is in fact a dearth of available space in particular in the downtown east side along Hastings Street that's just sitting there.
Swanson, point of privilege.
Councillor Swanson, yes.
Sorry, I can just barely hear Councillor Fry.
Okay, thanks for that. Perfect point of privilege. Councillor Fry, if you can move your mic just slightly closer to your mouth. I know that's a little better.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to Sarah Blythe and Karen Ward's points about there is a huge availability of space in the downtown east side, and it's not doing anybody any good. And one of the things I'm old enough to remember is when there was a misguided policy that saw a lot of the sort of 24-hour shops and restaurants in the downtown east side shut down, and that actually precipitated in folks ending up on the street. And a lot of the activities that were previously going on in illegally granted, but in coffee shops and in 24-hour cafes like the Blue Eagle, they moved out onto the street. And I think that precipitated a lot of the challenges that we see still today. So I think this is a pivotal moment when we're starting to maybe consider that there are more dignified options for folks than being on the street, and that we can take advantage of some of these empty spaces to make real sort of social serving enterprises that will work for folks in the downtown east side. So appreciative of all the work that's gone into preparing this, and looking forward to seeing it implemented. Perfect timing.
Thanks. Great. We're going to move to Councillor Swanson. You did use up most of your time on the...
That's a holdover.
Oh, okay, great. Councillor Kirby-Young?
57.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah,
Up
thanks.
to 5.
Yeah, I'll be brief in my comments and say that just to add a couple of a different perspective in addition to what's been said, I'm happy to see sort of the really tangible nature of this granting program. I think that the success with the Chinese Society building and sort of the retention of that heritage business, second generation with dim sum, that is they're able to provide as affordable meals to seniors and help people in terms of being able to speak Chinese in the store and understand how to prepare traditional foods is really critical and important. I'm really glad to see that this pilot is focusing on Chinatown. It's the one of the areas in the city that is really hurting right now. And it is heartbreaking to be down there. I've been down there 2 or 3 times in the last week, and it feels derelict and abandoned in some cases. It's empty, and I think there's an opportunity to bring some life back to those spaces. I noted it was interesting, sort of this evolution from the former terminology of legacy serving businesses to heritage businesses and retaining those, but sort of helping them to adapt into the current environment. I think that's really important. And the partnership of working with some of the clan associations to leverage underutilized space, I think is a strong one and is a win-win. So I'm looking forward to sort of seeing the capacity increase there and see some life come back into Chinatown. I think that's really critically important. I do feel that I would be remiss if I didn't say that we still really, really need to deal with a lot of the social issues that are impacting the area, because people still need to come down and feel safe there. But I think the economic, that's sort of, I think, the number one priority. But I think that in order to sort of, keep the areas vital and keep those businesses and the heritage flourishing, that investing in our small business, our heritage businesses, and leveraging the existing space is fundamentally important. So I'm glad to see that, particularly in the capacity building that is included here as well. So happy to support it.
Thanks so much. And I think we've got Councillor Weed next. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be supportive of this. Really appreciate staff bringing it forward. I know that in our paradigm shift motion on small business, we talked about creative ways of incentivizing the use of empty storefronts. And the importance of when we do have those eyes on the streets, it does support each other as the business community can grow and thrive. And so really appreciate seeing this work forward, and hopefully we can incentivize and find other ways to get more of these storefronts opened up, because it makes a huge difference to the safety and perception as people walk by, as well as the vibrancy of supporting each other as business owners. So I'm very supportive of this work and look forward to seeing how it gets implemented.
Thanks. And that's it for speaking to this item. So we'll just pull it to the voting queue now. If anybody needs a vote assist, please let me know. There we go. Council, that's passed unanimously, and we'll just get the clerks to pull that up on screen. Okay, we're just 4 minutes left till 5. So, Council, I've been conferring with the clerk, and we can only move one item to the council meeting following the standing committee tomorrow. So the suggestion is that we recess now and we reconvene tomorrow night at 6 p.m. in regular council.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move that, but before I do, may I ask a point of procedure?
Sure.
Would we be able to finish the business of council or continue on with all of the business of council here?
That's up to us.
Okay, but just to clarify, considering your comment, which I appreciate, you're not saying that we would only deal with one item tomorrow night. This is the reason that we're doing this.
No, it's a lot easier if we group it all together for speakers
Just for
and
the
everybody.
public.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
thank
right.
you. I'm
yeah.
happy to move that.
Okay, thanks. And do we have a
second?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor say, unless Councillor Domino, I see you on the list as a point of.
I have a point of information, Mayor.
Okay.
It's just whether there was any other alternatives in terms of council reserves.
we did search far and wide, and this is the best we could come up with at the moment. Otherwise, it would be delayed until the next sitting of council. So so there we are. So we've got a motion on the floor. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed,
Yay.
nay.
Nay.
I've got one nay. So we'll need to go to a recorded vote on this one. So clerks, if you could trigger the recorded vote. Okay, and this is to convene tomorrow at 6. Hey, Councillor Dejanova?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to speak to this?
No, we're...
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was bringing
okay.
up my voting panel.
Okay. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Dominato in opposition. So, Council, we're convening a public hearing in an hour at 6 p.m. That runs 6 till 10. Tomorrow in standing committee from 9 till noon, and then we're have lunch, and then in camera, a long in camera, 1 till 5, I believe, and then we're back in regular council from 6 until 10. So thanks, and we'll see you back in the public hearing at 6 p.m. Thanks very much. Thanks, clerks and staff.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.